Oh, that was suddenly very loud. Fair enough. It can be a little less loud in my ears, I guess. Okay, so let me tell everyone that the stream has begun. Oops. I hate that there's an autoplay at the top of Twitch. I never want to watch the autoplay ever, in any way, shape, or form. It's just not my thing. Need all the links to everything. Need to figure out, I had some ideas for what I was gonna change the moon to, or maybe like some sort of variation of it for the platforming thing. I don't know. I might get up to something else. Maybe even Chariot. I don't have to think of something. Anyway. We get the restream chat up as well. Restream chat is ready. Yeah, I kind of took a brief nap before the stream, so woke up a little late, and that's why I'm starting out super late. Go in the Discord. Okay. Couldn't find it for a second there. In the Discord. Messages are pinned. Stuff seems like it's a pretty good. I don't need this open. A quick test on these two, I met it. Ah.
That was easy.
There we go. That works too. Video's up, things look good. Ah. So the biggest problem, and I'm pretty certain I've narrowed down what's causing the issue, are these things. In this room, why it's been having problems with it crashing. So let's crash the stream a bunch of times to start with if we're going to. Seems like a better plan, right? I mostly instituted a huge delay. Are these marked as possessed? Isn't this like something that would make sense to have available for all of them if I want, and then just default possessed on. I set up now where it just runs this here and then it does this, and it's checks to turn that on off if the Hierophant's activated instead of referencing Poppet all the time. It used to work perfectly fine referencing Poppet all the time. I don't know why this would cause a problem, but I don't know why I need to set the light color over and over. This probably just needs to set this here and simulate physics on the other. I'm just going to yank all this code out. I'm not using it more than once anyway. Because I don't want it to be done every time. I can just default those and then right here I just set those to. It's just extra things that don't need to exist. I don't think it actually even needs the light on it. It does show that they are interactable, I guess, so it's a thing, but already doing an ad break? I don't like anyone watching yet? That's weird. You're so big on your ad breaks, Twitch. Kind of bizarre. I actually don't know why that's there. Definitely set this before you do literally anything. This over here. Actually, I want this here. Except for I'm going to do this right here. Dump this here. That was not quite what I was intending, but thank you, I suppose. Okay, well now you're just being a jerk. Alright, well, we're going to move the whole thing down then. And then the possessed thingy here, I just need this little bit of code here. I do need to make sure the simulate physics is actually, it does default it on right here. Can't stand when it's that close, it's just too weird. I guess I don't really even need to do once, because this only triggers the one time anyway. Before it triggers itself again, so it doesn't really make a difference. Random the color. Oop. Random. Alright, simulate physics on the static mesh. Alright, can we not simulate physics? That's weird. Any of that perception is? No. Static mesh should be able to simulate physics, right? Another one, it works right. Fine, right? Hmm. I guess there's no default one selected, but they actually resolve as soon as there is one selectable. Unless that's what's crashing things. I suppose it's possible. I should set streamer mode on the Discord, so it doesn't peep at me later. So let's just put them all in their things here. This isn't connected. Got I double checked, huh? Thought selecting that the first time would have put them all in there, but I guess not. I just grabbed the box now. I got all of them. Let's see if it crashes the stream. Find out. Food I ate did not agree with me as much as I wanted it to. Actually, it's the crappy donuts I ate earlier. It was my mistake for eating donuts. They should know better. It's fine if I have a couple, but not fine if I have more than a couple. By a couple, I mean a couple like donut holes or something. Actually, wait, we're testing this one here, Hermit. I said we hermits now, okay? I'm actually disabling all screen messages too while I'm at it. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Validated get blah blah blah. Do 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 do. And then I actually want Poppet. Still the easiest way to open the player character. I just have the thing set to automatically disable that because it's annoying to see the nanite message over and over. Not very unconstructive, like be an option to ignore it. Just the nanite message. It probably is, I just don't know what it is. Appel. The moon for a bit. All right, let's try this again. It only matters for YouTube, but it's very annoying. Is it still the same one, or did it crash? Looks like it's still holding. Alright, well, I got an error and it forced me to restart stuff real fast. Thankfully it recovered on the YouTube one, surprisingly. I gotta change my thingy on this. Got a real laugh because, you know, that I made an itch.io thing just to like keep track of Poppet Quest and link it to people. You know, it's okay and all, it's fine. It's good over here. But itch.io doesn't really have traffic, so I think 8 people have ever viewed it. And I actually directly linked it to some people, so I'm pretty certain 0 of the traffic was actually from itch.io anyway. I'm just saying, it's completely worthless. It has 9 views. Yeah, about that. In my experience, maybe the RPG Maker game was okay too. It's just because I put it on itch that, you know, and I thought itch had some amount of traffic, but it has 0. Okay, I'm just using them for purposes of having a thing I can easily show people. I don't care beyond that. I'm not going to sell on there, obviously. They have this embarrassing limit of a gig. I think you can get it to 4 gigs, but any game like this with graphics like this, you're never going to get it down to 4 gigs, because if you did, you'd have to shortchange the whole game and have no graphics, which would be kind of awkward and weird. Like, you know, I mean, I'm sure you can get it below 10 if you wanted to I mean, it is an indie game, and I don't think it'll be much higher than 15 or something, but oh, hey, mister. How's it going? Okay. I'm trying to solve the mystery of why things keep crashing, and I'm pretty much 100% certain it has everything to do with these Hierophant thingies in this room, but I'm not sure why. They don't seem like they have anything particularly weird about them, but they're problem children. Just saying. It's been crashing over and over in this room. It also crashed in this room like at 1.2. Maybe it's just DirectX 12 sucking. I mean, to be fair, I was led to believe that DirectX 12 was somehow worth using and Nanite was good. Is it though? Is it good? I don't know if it's true. I learned Lumen sucks, but to be fair, I was never really using Lumen, so until I started trying to use Lumen, and then it was awful.
But might as well. Oh, that music is not it for me. Pixel music does not work for me. My ears don't like pixel. XXX. Oh god, terrible. I'll have to disable nanite and a bunch of things.
Let's let it recompile shaders. This always takes a little bit of time, but it's worth. It's worth. Blah 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 blah. Now we spend 400 years while it does its thing. And we're waiting. We're waiting. Oh, sorry, no regions loaded. Fair enough. Okay, I'm trying to load the regions, bucko. Like, nah, fam, you can't load that. Oh. See. Well, that's depressing. I ain't in the right region. Like, when you try to zoom out, it's like, no, you can't zoom out. It only zooms in even if you wheel out. Load the world. Oh yeah. Oh, that's when you're that's when it finally uses the CPU. It doesn't do it very often, but it'll start going nuts on shaders. I do have a powerful machine. It does help out, but yeah. Open level? Why is there no recent levels to choose from? It's so weird. Whatever. I guess floor 6 has the exact layout of these things too, so I could just copy paste from there if you need to and just delete them. Oh, DirectX 12. Why are you an abomination? Alright, let's just load in, let it generate crap all day long. We'll load up here and watch. We'll load down here and watch. You loading everything? Does it change the option to... Yeah, it does. I don't know why it changes all that crap by changing DirectX. We'll find out. I even set my camera to slow. Why? It's like it resets all the options because I changed DirectX. What an abomination. DirectX 12 is bad. You ruined my options too. Okay, listen. You changed it off for that too. You suck. You're terrible in Real Engine. Why would you do that? Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. I don't know why it's not playing the particle for these. There we go. Ow. That was mean. Where possessed objects are moving around doing their thing. Seems fine to me. Run away. There's a reason this mechanic was too good in the other game as well. It's good if your enemies chase after you. Basically trash if they don't.
Doesn't do a lot of damage though. Does enough, I guess, because there's a bunch of them. Alright, well, I'll be here. Get the snacks. Snacks are good. I turned her hat red, and it's so much better, but I turned the character who I was wearing this hat red, unfortunately, by accident. Weird, because it shouldn't work like that. But I guess it did. Anyway, yeah, I think DirectX 12 might just be the problem. I just get crappier performance. By crap performance, I mean it crashes, which I'm pretty certain counts as crappier performance. Didn't initially crash in this room, but I don't know what's wrong with it now. I've optimized the code, and you'd think it would crash less, but here we are doing here we are things. Yeah. Gotta bounce off the wall to hit him. I roll 6 a lot. Yeah, it's like a ricochet shot trick to be really good. It does a huge amount of damage though, so it's pretty good. No curse up here, fair enough. I forgot I even put these up here. They're not very useful. But I guess the point in the game when you would be using this for that, it would be more useful. Those things are so hard to hit with this. It does block them though. Yeah, DirectX 12 is not designed for regular use. Just like Lumen and Nanite. They're all crap. I'm gonna say it. The only thing I've been impressed with is Megalights, of which I am very impressed. Though I did optimize draw calls, so having DirectX 12 on so I can see the Nanite visualization is very handy. That was true. That I enjoyed immensely. So in the future, I'll probably turn that back on just so I can do Nanite visualization, and then I'll turn it back off because I'm getting way better FPS with not that. However you look at it, I'm getting the goods, yo. Meow. Get hearted. I could just make this like Berserk. It's probably better if it's Berserk. Or they just attack everyone besides Poppet. I need a love bomb so then Poppet can love bomb people. I already have a couple explosive abilities, so I don't think I need another explosive ability. Go get him! Go get him! Will you go get him? Can't figure out how to get to him, huh? I gotta make the AI way smarter for them attacking each other. The cannons are pretty good, I think. You're shooting at him, huh? Are you shooting at me? It's weird, they usually go somewhere else. They don't usually shoot me. I thought. It's just going after... Yeah, it's going after that. This could still need a lot of work. It's really crap. It's like it's still targeting me. Anyway. Pew pew pew. This does very little. It's actually it's really bad actually. I mean, it isn't that bad. It's fast and direct, but it's not really interesting per se. Yeah. Seems like DirectX 12 is just trash. Because it still hasn't crashed yet. It's slow, but I'm pretty certain locks up and does nothing is slower than the current FPS, which is... might just be too much going on in this room, to be completely honest. It's a very big room with a lot in it, and I probably need to learn my lesson about big rooms and have like multiple spawn thingies so not everything is spawned at the same time. He died. In an embarrassing way. These seem like they work really well, it's just that. I mean, I made the code way less taxing. No longer has to reference Poppet over, well, it doesn't reference Poppet, but it would just, it would send an interface call to it, but it no longer has to do that. The only time there's a call is when Poppet sends a call to change the things, but otherwise, it won't make a difference. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, well, it's time to undo the nanite plague on everything, because we don't need the nanite flag on anything anymore. Whatever. Look at itself. I guess we're is validating self just so it stops doing that. Actually, I could just have it is dead. So technically, it's something can't act should already check again and see if it's dead or not, and it gets past that. It's like one additional check beyond that, just so they can't do that. Well, at least it doesn't break, so that's a start. We'll undo the damage that is nanite. So many things in this, like they trump up as so amazing, and then they're just not. They're just not amazing. And I'm starting to see that, you know, that would be nanite. Static mesh. Disable nanite. Begone, foul things, who do not belong in this world. I don't know if leaving it enabled matters, but clearly it doesn't help with performance and it crashes things, so.
So far, one of the few things I actually like about Direct Unreal 5 over 4 are like the game animation sample stuff. The whole retargeting system for it, that's real good. I'm getting to it on the rest of it. Megalights? I didn't need them in the other one because it ran better, but... What else have they added that was good? Am I missing something here? I feel like I am. Well, the other stuff just doesn't work right. Has been my experience. Like the performance doesn't increase at all. I mean, you guess you don't have to make lights anymore. Admittedly, that part sucked. Once your game was running, the fake lights were better. And setting up an open world is easier. And the open world levels are better than the regular levels, in that the regular levels take up a lot of megabytes, because actually a lot of gigabytes usually, because they store all the objects in the level as opposed to in like a pool. The open world thingy is better. Prevents your game from being huge. There's some upsides. Not performance, that's not a thing, but doing things. I got time. I got time, you got time. We must depollute the project of nanite. Preparing mesh cards. It was taking a while. I guess I had slightly clicked off or something. I just enabled nanite on everything because I didn't know what I was going to need it for. There's something that's not a static mesh in here. Well, we'll do less then and work our way up so we can find out where the problem is. In those. Gotta do it for the skeletal meshes too. I can also put those cars back because there's a bunch of things I was trying to cut from the game because nanite hated them. But if nanite does nothing, or crash things, YouTube not receiving enough video for streaming. I mean, how can it not be when Twitch gets the same video feed? They're both restream.io. I might pay them the money so I can have the multiple stream thingy going on. Of course, they charge quite a bit, so. Hey, another guy. Hey, how's it going? Nothing in this folder. It is not a static mesh. It is a liar. Get these foliage ones. Got him now? Oh, no, there's one right there too.
Any more I need to know about? Sure are. I guess I could do foliage actors too, but not necessarily. Did I get them all yet? No. That one there, this one there. Use your PC. You don't have surge protectors? Like a nice, good surge protector? Like not like a little crappy one? My computer's plugged into a very nice one. The surge happens though, it does just break that, and I don't care. I'm like, okay, whatever. I mean, it sucks, because I would have to buy a new expensive surge protector, but I'll probably pay like 30-40 bucks for it. But I can definitely tell you, I'm not going to live without my PC. I'll die. We're actually in storm season, I'd have to skip a bunch of streams. That'd be terrible. Do I even care about this level here? You know what? Assets. Just these. Let's make my job easy. Disable nanite. I should definitely get one. Because, you know, surges can happen at any time, even during other times too. Like, if there's like a brownout or something like that, power goes out, then comes back on, it'll jolt your computer. I mean, you know. You should just have a surge protector. Also, houses get older, they just tend to get crappier wiring. It's definitely worth the money because they aren't that expensive, and replacing your computer sure is. I'm removing nanite from my project. Of course, I'll temporarily re-enable it in order to look at all the things for optimization purposes later, but just to do draw calls, because you can't use the draw call thingy otherwise, but it's kind of garbage. Yeah. Disable. Pick on. Nobody like that. We waiting, we still waiting, we done? Hell yeah. Oh, I'm not expecting a crash off this. This is just me disabling all the stuff. Boring. Doesn't usually crash. Might take a moment, but there's so many meshes because I just cram everything in the project and I'm not using the vast majority of it. It's probably like 120 gigs in the project, and the game is something like, I think 6 gigs or something at the moment. You export it. So, but I mean, the game's gonna get way bigger too, is because I'll get more spank areas and everything, and I'll use more assets. I'm gonna try to keep the asset usage down a bit. Mostly because I want to finish the game some year, but I don't know. I'm using a couple. Disable nanite on 933 meshes. I wish I could take the positives of Unreal 5 and take them back to Unreal 4.
Who am I kidding? I just want the claw physics from Unreal 4 back. That's the thing that is the greatest performance loss. The new ones are so much worse. So what's everybody up to? We apparently have a moment. Yes, DirectX 11 better than DirectX 12. Nanite bad. Lumen bad. Oh, we'll get a drink from the fridge when we get to the skeletal meshes and removing nanite from those. If you think this is bad, just wait till you see those things. That might have been part of what caused it too, the skeletal mesh issue. On nanite tends to crash things. Also, all the breakable items, if you have a breakable thingy, a destruction thingy, and it's marked with nanite, but you have DirectX 11 enabled, it won't work. If memory serves, it just shrinks to a tiny little version or something. It's weird. It doesn't break correctly. It's 0 out of 10, not a good thing. The restream chat die. Rest in peace, restream chat. I don't see it anymore. Load it. Sure. All right. There's 596 more that I have to disable it from. It doesn't usually take very long. Probably take like an hour if you had like 500 skeletal meshes though that haven't had nanite on them. Oh. Hey Bim, how's it going? Hey Brent, brother. Just in time for me to remove nanite from my project. It's terrible. Oh my god, it's terrible. Oh, well, thanks for the raid. Let me shout you out. Do well, man. I gotta automate this stuff. I never remember doing any of that stuff. I should, but hear me out. I don't. That's my explanation. Hopefully that made sense. I'm trying to make certain this room doesn't crash anymore because it was having issues. Hey, Kuro Fox, how's it going? Yeah, this room here was crashing under DirectX 12 and nanite for reasons. I'm just like, oh, it's better now. At least I think so. As it seems to work. I don't think nanite's ready for production, to be honest. So far, everything I've seen of it is unimpressive at best. Outright awful at worst. I do think that the FPS in this room needs some help, but I also need to disable all the nanite skeletal meshes too as well, which will help out because nanite only reduces performance and never gains it, so you really don't want to use it ever.
Like with Lumen, where the lighting sucks. I disabled Lumen and the project was better too. I was like, thank you. Because Lumen makes everything impossibly dark, where you literally can never see. And it's like, but my game's at night, I can't see anything. And Lumen's like, and I'm like, you can't play a game if you can't see anything. Hey Ross Dencio, how's it going? Yeah, it's not crashing, so that's something. I mean, I'm not saying the performance is good in this room, it's clearly not, but it's better than when it crashed over and over for just going into it, right? Could be better? That's unfortunate. I guess to be fair, it could also be worse, right? You just gotta look at it and glass is half full kind of thing, right? Ah, I exploded him. Oh. No good? Hopefully she doesn't. Apparently all the rage to get there right now. It's, people need to stop this particular fad. It's a terrible one. You go with a different fad. And Fox's kids get it. Grandma gets it. Yeesh. My mom had it like twice the year before she died. It's like, wow. That was like shit or something. Never did ask if my grandma had cancer. She passed away not that long ago too, but she was also like 80 something, so you know. It's not like I was surprised. Yep, hopefully it's well, I mean, if it's in her kidney, that there's, if it's just in like one kidney, that's actually pretty good, right? Because you can live with one kidney. I mean, she's obviously elderly, so I don't know how good an operation would be, but that means they can always remove the cancer forcibly if need be, and that's not the worst. I mean, obviously it'd be better to just remove the cancer, not the whole kidney, but yeah, it seems to be working okay. At least it's not crashing. All my dev stuff enabled. Works great once you kill all the enemies. It could definitely be worse. Anytime you get cancer in something where you only need one of them, at least there's an easy out. I mean, as easy as the surgery is, but it could always be worse. It could be inoperable, and then you're like, oh no. And that's the bad. Yep, remove nanite, get increased performance. Thanks, nanite, for ruining my project as usual. Yeah, yeah. Elderly in surgery is not good. Just spend as much time with her as you can, you know? All you can really do. Try to be there to support her. And, hopefully afterwards she survives it all and you get to spend more time with her. Yeah, I gotta live to the key without it. I can safely say that DirectX 11 is the only thing for me. DirectX 12 can suck a fat one. Actually, you can't even jump up on these because I have the... Oh no, it's fine. Yes, you can jump on them. You know what I see here? A secret double jump puzzle. But the collisions are real trash on this. What's the problem here? Okay, you don't like this one for some reason. It's just that one, right? And then somehow this had a problem again? Ow. You can only trigger if self is valid. I have no idea. Validated get. Is valid. And then I don't care for that. I'm just going to go ahead and save myself the trouble here. You know? Let's just do this now, right? Let's see. Is music from Lands of Lore? I don't think so. It's from Humble Bundle. So it could have been using Lands of Lore. It's not wrong. Let's see here. Look at all the random chat messages I missed here. Anything from YouTube? There's not. All right. So what did people say? Project looks better on DirectX Lens. Pretty much, yeah. Let's see. Head to bed, be looking. Appreciate the alert, definitely. Thanks, Theo. Access to us still new. Isn't it like 10 plus years old for DirectX 12? I could have sworn it was. Lands Lore question, yeah. Herbish Mines. I haven't looked at Lands Lore in so long. I watched a speedrun of Lands Lore. Do you know what the most overpowered thing in the game was? The rock that you pick up and just throw at things. And they actually speedrun the entire game throwing rocks at the enemies. It was very funny. Doing okay moving your game files to make DD to SSD? Nice, nice. SSDs are wonderful. I wonder if some people lost track at this point. That's fair. I mean, if you... Only if you want to be. I mean, you don't have to be if you don't want to. Not a crap this year. That's fair. People get busy. Don't want any extra, you know, weight on your shoulders if you don't want it. Alright. Doing an ad break. Awesome. Nice. I'm head to bed. I'm gonna have you up my phone. Appreciate it. Muted. Yep. That's fair. Like I say, only do it if you want. You don't have to. There's no. I don't think it's any real necessity for one at this point. I don't really have a lot of people chatting, and I'm having people chatting, but it's not so big that I'm like, oh man. So if you can't do it because you're too busy, that's fine. Still an ad break going on. I don't even know if I'm saying things I should wait. Oops. Anyway. As the ad break ends in like 7 seconds or something. Yeah. Oh, it says right back. Oh yeah, like as far as the people weren't there. Yeah, like I mean there's not much reason to ban people. The only thing I usually ban are bots. And then there was one guy who was just cussing me out in the thing there because I tried to tell him that if he wanted to make his own AAA game, he wouldn't be able to do it, and it would take him like 20 plus years. And then he showed me some game that was basically a walking simulator with no mechanics, which I looked at on stream, and it was okay, but I mean, it wasn't like a AAA game really. It was just like an indie game, and he got so upset and he just kept going on. It's just like,
I hate to break it to you, buddy, but you can't do the work of hundreds of people yourself, right? You could probably, let's say you can do the work of an industry professional, okay, for a year. Maybe you work really hard and do it for 2. Those games are made by hundreds of people over like 5 years. So, you know, if like 300 people made the game over 5 years, are you 1,500 people? Because that's how many people would have taken to make it over the course of like 1 year, right? I mean, if you make it over 5 years, like, can you do the work of 300 people over 5 years? I doubt it. Yeah. Yeah. Most of the time we just time people out. I feel like, you know, a problem, but that doesn't really happen very often. Almost never, actually. Oh, yeah. He just kept going. It's just like, right. And listen, I get about 34 cents an hour. If you think I'm going to put up with someone's crap for 34 cents an hour, you are mistaken. You're very mistaken. I think it's great that people are slowly helping me pay for the game. They didn't even have the courtesy to give me $1, jeez. Oh, yeah. Well, people think a AAA game is because you put some really cool graphics and then you ran around with a nice looking character. And a lot of the dev discords have exactly that. Like all these projects, and they show me this really cool looking forest with a really cool looking character running around it. There's no gameplay, there's no content. It takes like 15 minutes to assemble a cool looking forest with a character in it. It runs around in Unreal Engine. It's very easy. And launching it in 3 months, extremely difficult, especially the last week. I made my deadline. Congratulations. That's fair to do. I definitely say a lot of dumb. That's true. I am not perfect. I'm like 140 plus streams on YouTube of this project to prove how not perfect I am. You rocks a couple of people that said they could make a GTA 6 in 24 hours or a month. Exactly, it's dumb. Like they make this cheap knockoff with like one room. It's like, oh, I made this. Yeah, you did, but that's nothing. That's not even content. That's so little content. The pixel art mini Metroidvania at about 25 to 35 minutes of gameplay. It's not bad for 3 months. It's actually pretty good. Especially if it's like quality, I mean. Looks cool, it's all it has right now. Hey, you know, you gotta start somewhere. At least Unreal Engine starts out with your project looking cool. Like, I mean, you know, a lot of engines I see, your project does not look cool to start with. It looks, well, like nothing. I see people like have little blocks moving around and they struggle to get that with all this code, and I'm like, at least Unreal Engine starts you with a cool character running through a forest. It'd be even better with all the game templates coming out and with 5.6, whenever that is. Head to bed for now, Real. Have you tabbed? I appreciate it, Tio. Sleep well. I will be here for many hours doing many dumb things. Oh yeah, I still gotta remove all the skeletal meshes. I should have done that too. The skeletal nanite thing that causes problems. Let me do that really quick. This might be too fast for moving through here. This is the other thing, because I didn't completely devoid my project of nanite yet. I have to do the worst part. The part that changes everything. I'm gonna do it in chunks. Because of how slow this is. Skeletal meshes. Okay. When I was hoping to click skeletal mesh, you see? Good. You select all the skeletal meshes, and this is going to be a lot of them right now. 154 of them. And it won't even let me, so that means, oh yeah, I have these things. These aren't. See, when you type in skeletal mesh, you'd think it would include data assets, but apparently those somehow count as a skeletal mesh. You know, I'm literally searching for type skeletal mesh. Oh yeah, the UE5's animation retargeting system is like probably the best thing in UE5. It actually works and works very well.
Changed a lot. It's actually got faster than I thought. Oh, never mind. It's waiting for crap. Going through the templates. To God, they get rid of Lyra's starter kit, and they'll never get rid of that. I'm sure they'll have an updated version of Lyra. They never get rid of these things. Oh yeah, people reskin Lyra all the time. And if you want to use nanite, I'm unimpressed with nanite so far. All my testing it's proven to be a performance decrease. It also hates transparent things too, so I hope you don't have windows in your game. I've been doing things to try to make nanite work better, like concessions to it. And I'm going to undo those concessions right about now. Things that made my game look actively worse because nanite. Separate static mesh physics in a folder. They are separated. It's just that I'm selecting all the these are like asset packs, and I'm selecting the top thing there and just searching all the skeletal meshes out of them, which is why you're seeing that. Because I want to disable nanite on everything really fast. Yeah, pretty much. I've done a lot of stuff in this to optimize, and there's still plenty of things that need hope. They need a bunch of help. Like, you know, there's no hope for some things, it seems like, but unfortunately I just disabled nanite in DirectX 12, so you can't see the nanite visualizations that I did to, like, all the draw calls I was reducing. So I might re-enable nanite later on for optimization just so I can see the draw calls. Because you can't look at the draw calls otherwise, it's weird. But yeah. People, they forget that optimization is a thing. Unreal Engine will let you stuff all these things in these levels you want, but it ain't free. I started splitting up all this stuff onto multiple open world maps because having things stacked on top of each other, like in this building, doesn't work very well. Yeah, mirrors in your game? Yeah, exactly. Anything reflective at all. Anything transparent. A mirror is not a transparent surface, so that should be fine, actually. Yeah, no free lunches. Thankfully, my code's not usually ever the problem. I don't ever cast anything, it's just interfacing everything, and I async load a lot of crap. But I do have shiny graphics. I also need to optimize my character model more. I haven't bothered to skip changing it for so long. If anything, I should actually split her into pieces, so this way it'd be easier to... I wouldn't need all the extra meshes for like her body, you know, because she doesn't need meshes under the clothing for her body. Like, that's unnecessary. It's actually actively bad for some characters, especially. For Doll, it doesn't super matter because, you know, if she appears without her clothes temporarily, it's all. The other female characters, it would be awkward for certain. Guess I didn't even enable those and those. Cool. Get the last these skeletal meshes. Not many left. Mostly they're just from people's dumb little levels that I'm going to delete when I... Actually, I don't even need to delete them because I can just as easily, when I migrate the game over to another project, in order to optimize it by just, it gets rid of everything you're not using. So I just do that and things run much better when you do that. Wow, that really run much better, but it's so hard to go through in the engine and delete all the things that you aren't using. Like, it'll take so long. And it's not like a big gain for doing that. Alright, now to undo a change I made that was literally because nanite is garbage. The doors used to have glass on them, and you had the ability to make it where they couldn't be seen. I programmed that in thinking, oh yeah, so good. But nanite could not nanite the door. The whole door could not be nanited because I did that. So I just started using black on them instead. And now you can see through the man, except for the one I intentionally blocked. But I had the option to just block it. See, I just blacked out. Not blacked out. Perfect. Our country finished for years. Motion builder because of the retarget really. That is just wonderful in that respect. Yeah. The retarget's Danny skeleton is amazing. That's how I got my movement for my character. Let's run back through this room. No, I'm just seeing if the skeletal meshes being not nanite makes a difference. I mean, I don't know if it does. I'm just curious. I suspect it'll be about the same. Maybe not though. This room is definitely really heavy. Way too heavy, of course. So I need to fix that. But I wonder if it's these things. Like, they have lights on them, and I know Mega Lights does a thing, but it might be unnecessary to have those lights on those too. Huh. Oh, thanks for the follow, Valkyrie. Welcome, welcome. You were just in time for me to abandon nanite. I am, in fact, streaming and running Unreal, everything on the same machine. I get way better performance when I'm not streaming and way better performance when the game is packaged. It basically doubles the FPS, like to 30 or so, if I'm not streaming, and it like gets it up to around 60 if the game is packaged. But I'm just testing it against previously where it was literally crashing instead. And just bringing down the whole stream. And I figured I'd do it earlier in the stream because usually I have less viewers earlier in the stream. By the end of the stream, I'm like, it doesn't matter for Twitch because you can recover a Twitch stream pretty easy. I'm also streaming to YouTube at the same time, and that is not very easy to recover. I remember like last time I streamed, I had like 40-something people watching on YouTube, and it's like, oh, it crashed. I lose everyone on YouTube, and I was like, I'm sad. Meanwhile, Twitch was just like, we still here. We got your back. It seems to work okay. I mean, like I say, it went from crashing to this, so that's not terrible. I'm not streaming, I should easily, I mean, I'm sure I'll have 40 to 60 FPS in the best world of packaged and not streaming. Maybe more than that. I'm just, you know, assuming low. The computer is only so powerful. Why can't I hit that guy? In that time. But if this room runs at this speed, that means the rest of the game is going to run way better than this. Actually, I should just be using the star. Ooh. That's better than it was. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, I am currently rendering a medium with 1 second, I can't check the settings right now. Let me double check here. Medium with shadows, illumination, these things, post-processing and reflection set to high. Because it looks different if you change these ones usually. Not a huge amount different, but different enough, so I usually leave them on high. But I mean, I run it on like, you know, epic when it's packaged not, and you get closer to 60 FPS. I mean, so the difference, like, believe it or not, Unreal Engine itself is very heavy. I know, it's weird, right? Unreal Engine itself is heavy. And so is streaming for that matter too. So
My poor computer is a potato.
I mean, I do have two graphics cards. There's like a 3060 Ti and a 6700 XT. Both COVID cards. Because, you know, I got them during the lockdown because I could only get whatever was available, which is why they aren't, you know, the same manufacturer. It is what it is, you know? Get floated. Yeah. Well, there's no nav mesh. It's a flawed test with no nav mesh because the nav mesh has a cost. It's over in the other room. I don't want to nav mesh the whole building. I don't need to do that. Maybe later. I just did that dumb way. I should have not done that, otherwise. Close enough. Yeah. Basically, I let the 6700 XT run Unreal Engine in the game, and because the best codec for streaming is an NVIDIA one, the NVIDIA card basically just handles the streaming. Don't go this way. Where is everybody? Hello? Anyone home? They're home. Hello? This room spreads the stuff out more, so I think that makes a big difference. Plus, it doesn't have the possessed objects, which aren't free either. It's possible I need to adjust how those like behave, because it's just so much in such a small area. Or get rid of the amount of destroyables, like reduce them. Maybe just less enemies in the area. I mean, I don't have to turn it into a brawl necessarily. I guess I can, but destroyables are more fun. So I don't really want to reduce those much. Can you jump through this little tiny area? Probably not. There's like a certain size Poppet has, and she doesn't really fit through every one of those particularly well. We double jump and then fall in the water. Oh no. Whatever, I have everything enabled anyway. Because I'm a cheater. Water's normally lethal to her, but I have... these are all the cards I've made so far. And the purple dots one represent the number of copies of the card you've gotten, so the extra abilities, so you can see how many abilities are currently in the game. I am showing the FPS. Wait, what? What are you talking about? The FPS is right over on the side there. Oh, well, don't worry about the menu. Obviously, it's insane in the menu. What matters is the one in the game. You know, it's in like the mid-30s. That's not bad. I mean, I am streaming and that, so I mean, it drops a little bit occasionally. Now you can see outside in this room, which is so much cooler. I'm so glad I removed nanite for my project. Saw a lag spike there, but that's because I mean, just get random lag spikes, so those are kind of heavy too. But there's still optimizations I can do. A lot of them will come down to Poppet herself. She could use a couple. Because, well, I didn't bother to delete anything that was like under her clothing either, so that's extra meshes that don't need to be there. I'll probably do that at some point. As long as I don't plan on changing her anymore. I don't want to make any more changes to... Like, I don't want to do all that and then make a bunch of changes, so... Yeah, it seems okay in this room. It really is just that one room is just an abomination. Hell yeah. I was like, hey, wait a second. She could have. She's supposed to be a doll. Aren't they supposed to have like idealized shapes? Okay, I can make them bigger. I was clever enough to put all the morphs in, so this way you can actually adjust a lot of those things. Most of it was so that she would actually fit in her clothing, because... Oh yeah, that's right, there's a thing there. It turns out that, unlike in real life, things just, you know, physics collisions happen and stuff pokes through and stuff, so I was like, oh. I didn't think about that I could just delete the body underneath. I don't care about the body underneath. I only need the clothing above. So if I get the clothing in the shape of the body... And then I just, to remove all the stuff below, it keeps the shape. Because the clothing has the exact same skeleton as Poppet. So there were people who were making the clothing move based on bones. I don't know how to do that, but it seemed way more optimal than this cloth physics. So I may look into that, because if the outfit already has all the same physics, like all the same bones as Poppet, then why can't I do that, right? Mikros is currently 10:45 p.m. We just starting. Oh yeah, there's a problem with this enemy in here. I forgot. Let me fix it because it causes a bug and makes the game unbeatable. It's because I put a light on this thing. Which means I just need to get the other void contraptions, and I'm gonna dock a layout there because I hate this little content drawer. I always have and I always will. But yep, the best dev happens in the middle of the night. Also, during prime time, you know, over on the West Coast, Pacific time, the category has really low viewership, like really low. It's about half what it is like now. Yeah, so I was like, I could stream earlier than that. No, don't do that. That's terrible. Yeah, these reactors are light. Poppet shit is annoying to me. Yeah, probably. Morning's pretty good from what I can tell. I've been getting pretty good numbers at night though. I definitely see the biggest pickup in the morning, it's true. So it's like, I just know that prime time for me is the worst time to stream, apparently. I think this will fix it by just simply putting this here. Yeah, if you get a fan base, I mean, like, there's still people who watch it other times too. And I've been noticing that I have fairly good viewership now at this time, especially. But on YouTube, like right around, I think like 3 in the morning, it starts to really pick up, and 6 a.m. is like when it starts to go nuts. I've seen it hit 100 people during 6 a.m. before, but also not even monetized on YouTube, so it doesn't matter. Exactly. Snow White live action. Oh god, I'm tempted to like watch it on a pirate site just to see how bad it is. Wouldn't actually pay money because I don't want to give the mouse money, because then the mouse will buy my favorite franchise and ruin it. So we can't give the mouse money. There's rules here. Never support the mouse unless the mouse is making Deadpool, in which case fine, I accept that one. The only exception to the rule though. Anyway, alternate death is my concession to the contraptions, because they're made out of pieces and I want them to not die in a pool of blood since they're contraptions. So right along here, I have a thing, boolean for has an alternate death that all the contraptions have, and it basically skips things like, you know, the death montage because they don't have a skeleton. It skips, you know, like the way I do the death is it plays the montage and then it plays the last frame of the montage just indefinitely. Like it sets it on a play rate of 0, so it just stays on the last frame forever. And then it'll go through all its things here. An alternate death will factor in again right here. Where he's spawning, like, you know, things like the blood and everything. And also it does it again too. Right here where it would just delay it and then make the enemy disappear thingy happen, and then change the visibility on the mesh to 0, delay it, and then destroy it. This is where I run the actual, where I did I run the death there? This I don't want this to happen either. Alternate death. I know the references. Might have missed the part there. Yeah, I call it right here, and then on this thing here, like on, say, like the pipe cleaner here, it'll do its alternate death thing where it checks to make certain that it's not a light that the player has. Does the firebomb explosion instead of blood. Plays a noise. Then it goes through its entire pieces array, which it collected earlier, and basically tells them to explode and go flying off in directions. Well, that's what I was saying. That's why you support, you know, you only support Disney when they're making Deadpool stuff, because, you know, they own it. So I too would rather watch a Triple X parody of Snow White before the actual thing there. And to be fair, that probably exists. I mean, I'm not gonna watch it. This is obviously an abomination. The only thing I liked about it was all the people making fun of it. I watched plenty of videos of people laughing at it. Like all the way during its creation, basically. I don't know. It bugs me that that's not in a thing. In light is the thing that checks to see if Poppet is in a light. Like this thing counts itself as a light. Because Poppet naturally will just slowly die at all times. Unless something is registered as a light nearby her, and not just, there's nothing to check in Unreal Engine to see if you're standing in a light, per se. But she can have an array of actors nearby that are counted as lights, and as long as they're within a distance, it keeps adding to the array and removing it. Of course it does. I mean, the live-action DBZ movie was dumb but corny. Like, I mean, you could get the... Like, it wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen. It was just dumb. But it had a couple okay moments. That Disney Snow White thingy, that remake just... Thankfully, they immediately canceled the live action remake of Tangled as well. I guess they got tired of losing money, huh? I love that there's a random button here. I clicked this by accident once. Now I like to click it over and over. I'm just gonna put this on a giant graph. I just get tired of it being on nothing. Anyway, I gotta test see if that worked. There was a time when I had a lot of friends who used to we gather together and have bad movie night where we'd take turns trying to pick the worst movies imaginable. Like our goal was just to find movies so atrocious people will leave the room. And there was some real winners in that one. Now it seems like you could just pick anything Disney. It'd be like cheating. So we went through a lot of movies like Super Sucker, where the guy idolized being a vacuum cleaner salesman because his mother was screwing the vacuum cleaner salesman. This is the legit plot. Other thing like that, and it went on for like 2 hours, and it was obviously terrible. Or the movie with the people who wanted to be vampires, and they were making a movie about people who were making a movie about people who were making a movie about LARPing to be vampires. It was pretty bad too, but the single worst movie we ever found was a movie called Nude Nuns with Big Guns. And you might think this is a porn. It is not a porn. It is 100% not a porn. What it literally is about a bunch of people using, like drug cartels using nuns to pack cocaine, but they made them do it naked so they couldn't hide the cocaine. And what I have to say about this movie is it was so bad that my girlfriend at the time left the room so angry. She like about 45 minutes. I watched the rest of the movie just because, you know, I wasn't going to be defeated by any movie. And like this, like 15 years later, if I ever mention that movie, she still gets angry. Thereby making it the single worst movie we ever had. It's not like, I don't think it was as bad as it could have been. I mean, it's dumb. Like one of the nuns decides that, you know, she's had enough, and she basically goes on a kill them all rampage. So I mean, like, it's not she kills off all the cartel members. So I mean, it was like a cheesy action film in my mind, but man, did it upset her. It was funny. But it definitely sounded like it was just a porno. Like, it really did. Like, the name of it definitely is was like, what the hell? But this is what happens when you challenge the best, you know? You think you can find a worse movie than me? You're wrong. You're so wrong. That was definitely one of mine. I think I'm still stuck in the light. I think the bug is still there, huh? It's been a lot of years since we did that. A lot of people moved out of the area, but when I was, you know, college years kind of thing, we had lots of terrible crap. It's like, oh, okay. We're watching this week. Because we were the kind of people who just get together and make fun of the movie anyways, they didn't care. Is there an inlight? This has a light on it, but it doesn't count itself as a light. Oh wait, that's the reactor. Wait, the reactor is the one that would count as a light. Did I put that on the other? I'm looking at my contraptions I've made. The black hole thingies, anyone? Oh. I put in light on this. But it's not actually on the reactor. Yeah, it's just power surge. I put in light on the enemies. I could just get all children. And in like that, or I could just remove it from the black hole thing because I don't really care. That's true. I actually just don't care if this has in light on it. Do I? I guess I do use them sitting in the world. Maybe I do care. But by that standard, then I have to care about all the ends that that's like. The other option would be to I don't think I need to get all the children. I actually just need to get the black hole thingy. And I just no wait, not no. Am I doing it this way? I already have a child option right this, right? I have a character pieces array. Static mesh components. I think I could just do in light right here. That would do exactly what I want. Or sorry, in darkness is the actual thingy. So basically I've already collected all the children of the like right up here. Man. Event begin play here. I get all the children components from the head scene here. Oh yeah. Actually this is just the head scene. Wait a minute. Never mind, that's for that one there. Head scene area. Okay, do I grab them all over here? I guess I just got them right in the only the death thingy. Sure. I guess I saw that too. Anyway. Yeah, I get all the things for the mesh right there. So by getting all of its descendants, I have access to all these. Which then means I can just... I want an actor object reference. Do I need a different one that? But the thing is, it keeps actors in the array, not scene components. And destroyed. I need this. I need to just get rid of this actually. Because this is going to get destroyed since it's a child of it anyway. So if that's the case, I shouldn't need in darkness on there. This itself doesn't count as in light. Which I could just put it on that too, potentially. But the problem is I have these control panels, right? And the control panels have all these things inside it. And in reality, I shouldn't leave these control panels spawned in because they're kind of heavy. So, I mean, they're in here, so technically these should emit light anyway. When you go inside these little control panels that I'm slowly building. What's going on? Hey, the Relax Man, how's it going? You find it so simple confusing at the same time, people trying to start development and have never touched it before? That's fair. I think a lot of people, it's that they've actually been using Unity for a long time. So a lot of people have a problem with like that. If you've never done any development, then all the engines are going to be a little tough. I think this one's easier because visual scripting is easier than, you know, typing out code for people to understand. Unless you're already like a coder, but in which case you're not a new person learning, you've already been around the block a while. And am I counted as in the dark here, or am I permanently in the light? We're good, still works. It's really easy to put things on the map, though. And much of the confusing thing is largely just, you know, I've had to, I built all these systems that have added a lot of crap along the way, and I don't know my own systems, so that anyone looking on, you can ask me questions, but you probably won't know what's really going on until I mention what it is. Basically, this enemy here has that same device that was in the control panel on it. And I set it up to emit light over there, and this character works around a mechanic of if she's in the dark, she gains burst power but loses her sanity, and if she happens to be in the light, she gains her sanity back, but she gains no curse power. So anything that emits a light, or counts as a light, messes things up. If I don't remove it from the array when they die.
Ooh, true.
Does this not get hit by those? Doesn't seem like it's getting hit by them. Oh, it did. Wasn't that exciting?
Made about 5 feet around the block, learned how to make a heat map, and that's about it.
That's fair. Gotta start somewhere. I think she still counted as being in the light again. Nope, it worked. There we go. It's just these things emit so much light that you count as being in the light nearby it, which I need to stop.
Like, they have way too big of a thing. Oh, nice.
It's definitely a heavy inspiration. I mean, Alice Madness returns more than American McGee's Alice, but I mean, there's definitely inspiration from the world.
I think I just went to back 1,000 or something. I don't like it when it's by a wall, 'cause you can literally just see through things. Like, that's a problem. Did I change the attenuation radius in this, maybe? Maybe that's it. I have to go inside the control panel and figure it out. 1 moment, please. Oh yeah, I'm the solo dev. The chosen one who will bring balance to the game dev. Over the course of way too many years. Oh wait, that's not good. I don't know, the last guy who tried to bring balance to anything got dumped in lava and ended up... Actually, he ended up as Darth Vader, so listen. It's probably worth it. You lose a couple arms and limb, but you end up as Darth Vader. I've heard worse things. I guess. You can change that. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Relax, man. I can show you guys stuff too. I just was... The light on this is too strong. The problem. As soon as they should be in the dark over here. So it's possible I want it to be pretty minimal how much this emits. I think these have an emission too on them though. What's the reactor doesn't do inlight, does it? This does power surge, doesn't even count as a light. Should count as a light though, really. Whatever. Guess I'll close some doors, run a quick little test, and show people some things. I can also disable stuff and play the game as intended. I've been in dev test mode for quite a while here. Thanks for your mess, Roman. How's your night going?
That's true. Well, thanks. He mentioned it built in the suit that as many needles constantly booking you to inject a cocktail of steroids. Darkseid. I mean, listen. Doesn't have any cool powers right now. Nobody. Just you know, has, I guess, game dev skills, I guess. Other guy has the Force and is feared throughout the galaxy. It gets to fly around the galaxy, gets a cool lightsaber. One of these things sounds upside down. I mean, listen, maybe you gotta have some drugs, but the older you get, Big Pharma will make you take a bunch of drugs anyway, right? So it's kind of like the same thing, only you don't get the Force. Or body armor. I'm okay with adapting. I'll live. Oh, I gotta put a nav mesh down. We'll run a test of things so you guys can see. Just straight test the game here. I mean, if you've seen the massive number of videos I have that are currently backed up on YouTube, you can definitely see that exact behavior that you're talking about. Yes. Oh wait, that's bad. Damn. Well, listen. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Yes. You can see this full thing here of 143 videos. Many of which are quite long. 7 hours, 6 hours, you know, 9 hours, 9, 10. In case you for some reason want to watch all of it, someone's like, you should put this in a thing. So it had a bunch of crashes that night. So these 4 are actually from the same night. Yeah. Someone actually begged me to make a playlist of these on 2 different nights. So I was like, okay, we doing it. So just in case anybody hates themselves enough to watch all that, I don't know why you would. Let's assume you really want to. There's a link. Go nuts. I put a link on YouTube, I guess. I guess I can put a link on the YouTube as well. I mean, it's technically on YouTube, so. But just in case they want to watch it too. And I mean, I started with like paper ZDs, like 2.5D sprites. I think this one's actually probably cool looking for the starting things here. Let's see. I see some of the graphics. Where we at? Where we at, buddy? Around the world, running around the world. There you go. Yeah, like you can see where things were starting there, and like me using paper ZD sprites, like paper 2D. I was using 2.5D, like, you know, with paper ZD. Or Snoker Slime you too for 8 hours split your several nights, and you know what, man? There you go. See, perfect. Yeah, there you go. There's the start of how things were like, with everything being a sprite, and terrible FPS, by the way. I mean, take a look at that. All right, take a look at it. It's good to see some things don't change. Yeah, it's 2.5D. This was originally how it was going to be. I think I have some sections here you can see where it looked like. I also have some like, oh, actually, yeah, right around here. Yeah. I didn't have the darkness on for this. This was just a test, but you can see the thing. Why'd I get rid of it? Well, there's a few problems with this. Oh, couldn't even shoot that thing at the time. Good job, me. The first is if I wanted to have any kind of new animations, I had to make 1,000,000 frames for every direction, which sucked. I mean, it didn't take very long because the character was made in DAZ, like just DAZ renders. But then it also made the character extremely heavy. She had like, you know, 3,000 plus frames of animation, and Unreal wants to load them all. So I think she was like 1.6 gigs of just animation frames. And it was just getting worse. Also, there's issues with the camera, like when you're looking down, it would cause issues. Like, I think I can find a thing to show that off. I mean, just to give you ideas of the mistakes I've made, this whole thing was a giant mistake. Oh yeah, got a little bit. It was a nighttime thing. I was trying to get their health bars to face the character. The FPS is better. I think you can see a problem here with the jumping too. You'll notice it was really hard to figure out how to jump in some cases because it messes with you a bit with the 2.5D stuff. Hey, someone said that's an amazing game. Back then. Wow, were they wrong? But I mean, as long as you didn't look down too much, like I remember limiting the camera so you couldn't see totally down, because then the character would appear flat, right? Because it's still sprite. Yeah, apparently it was the chosen one. I mean, I should have just stuck with that, right? I like to think the current one looks better than this, but yeah, originally you went inside the paintings because in the RPG Maker version, you actually went inside the paintings to get places, to do things. But in this, I took that out because it made no sense to have it, because it was the realization of so many different worlds would have been really challenging. In hindsight, though, it might have still been okay. Yeah. So. Yeah, I tried a bunch of things there. This whole worlds inside of paintings thing was a thing, but it just led to... First off, it didn't lead to Metroidvania, any kind of anything, right? It was just running around like an RPG. So, that made no sense. But also, I basically would have had to have loaded different maps, because having all these assets on the same map... Well, I could have pulled it off now with the open world stuff. It would have been fine, I guess. Yeah, you can see the thing here where you notice when she starts to angle the camera down too much, she starts to look not like a real character, right? I guess there was nothing there. She used to have a ghost form, by the way. A throwback from the RPG Maker version. I just haven't found a way to make it really a thing in this, so... But yeah, it was that big mistake. I threw out this whole world and everything, too. This is the second stream of this thing, so clearly... I, hadn't gotten very far in for designing anything. I was just like, thought it was really cool to run around. Good FPS with nothing happening here. But yeah, just in case you want to go back and see literally everything I've done, including things where I changed her outfit. I think this is why I got a 3D model. That switched to being inside right around now. And I had a dilapidated warehouse instead that she was in. And a different outfit. I still had the same map as an option though, but you went in and out of the place. Like I made one giant map, and like the paintings were part of the map like that. So you're just running into the paintings and then run back out into the actual world, or where they had the dilapidated warehouse. It just didn't lead to a good game. I think I was testing the PCG graphs too, which is why there's grass everywhere, which looks really cool until you realize it doesn't really make a good game. Everything's just kind of randomly placed. But I was experimenting with things and trying to get with like getting the model working. The reason why I switched models for Poppet is because the other model didn't work very well in Unreal Engine. The outfit didn't work right. Okay, you get an idea of what I was doing. So, you know. If you do something like this, you'd be happy too. I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, again, content is the problem. That is where you're going to discover that everything takes forever. But yeah, there was going to be like a corgi thing, but you can see that I hadn't put the graphics in it for yet, so the problem is that I didn't have the rights to use it. Like I had the rights to use the images of it but not the actual model because DAS sucks, and I couldn't buy the rights to use that, so I just had to throw it out. I had these cool save points, but it turns out that the asset pack that I got for those things came from I got off the Fab Marketplace, well I guess back when it was the UE Marketplace, and I guess they were stolen from a game, so I just ate it on those and had to take them out, even though I paid for them. Epic's response was, "It's too long. No refunds." And I was like, oh. So that dude just gets to keep all the money, yeah. It had like broken holes in like the floor and everything. Back when I was using landscapes and things. Yeah, trying to make this work out. It was very nonsensical. It didn't make much sense. I definitely wasn't trying to make a place some people could actually use as anything. Just piling furniture in weird ways. There's lots of dumb ideas. So yeah, just in case you really want to see a whole lot of dumb. Because remember, this is only episode like 16. Just think of how much dumb went along this, right? how many stupid things happened over the course of this many videos, I think we can agree it was a couple. At least, right? Maybe not. Maybe it was like 0. Maybe I was perfect every other time. There are 143 videos. Granted, this last stream there got broken into 4 of them because it kept crashing. So it should have been like 140 videos. But I mean, you know, this is 8 hours, 9 hours, 9, almost 10. 8, 10 hours, 9 hours. Yeah, exactly. 10 hours, 9 hours, 9, 7, 8, 10, almost 11. You can definitely see there's a lot going on. I wonder if I had the old location too. That was an old location, but these ones are kind of short. I think right around here, I had deviated heavily in how the inside the thing was. Oh yeah, you can see the old layout of the place. There you go. Oh, I guess a little farther forward, huh? I know I zoom out at some point. Yeah, the old layout of the place is very different. Trying to find this room, I think. Yeah, you get an idea of how the place used to be. Threw all this out too. I converted it over. It didn't all get thrown. Okay, a lot of it did get thrown out. There was a shift basically by putting it in a city and making it more livable. I also had a giant glass bottle for a ship in it because I definitely had intended to have a ship battle against a particular character. But on the few opportunities you can see the old location. I never put anything in these other places over here. I was doing like landscapes, I think, for like the floors and everything like that, because you could put holes in them and everything. I wasted a lot of time on this. Water inside there because I made the place flooded. I had an area called the Sunken Depths right below this. I think I was building it that day. But yeah, see where you could bend the floor away like that because I made the floor a landscape? I took this out because landscapes are very heavy. And they kept breaking, forcing me to have to redo them. So realizing that I was wasting this huge amount of time using landscapes, I threw them out. And I haven't regretted it since because I am not doing anything that's landscape oriented. I'm in a city block. By heavy, I mean they use a lot of resources. If you just have one, that's fine. You're probably okay with that. I mean, don't get me wrong, every time you change versions of Unreal or just maybe the wind blows the wrong way that day, it might break, but, you know, it'll be fine, right? But the reason why it was bad in this is because I had multiple floors that I had made out of these, right? And I was just bending them in weird ways. And they would break and I'd have to redo a whole section, and I'd split each thing up there, so I was only doing like a floor here, a floor there. And you might think these are tiny, and they are not tiny. These rooms are huge. Remember the size of Poppet. Poppet's about the size of one of those little candles right there. So her running through these rooms, but these were huge for her because the game is secretly giant. And yeah, because this floor is like that, it turned out to be really heavy because I had a landscape below for this, and then a landscape where the floor was here. And then I believe I was making a landscape out of the ceiling so you could go through it because it's easy to punch holes in it since you can just, you know, remove the thing like that. There's actually an option to just put holes inside of landscapes. Later on I switched out of that, but I mean I was going to do that in each one of these things so I could have you go up and down more through the floors as a thing. I mean, if you guys want one, I picked up a copy off Steam. It was 99 cents on sale. Yeah. I'll let people go back through and look at those if you're real bored. Yeah, if you, like, I was considering playing through it with
all the plugins to make it look better. Because apparently there's plugins for that, and I've never played with all the plugins, so that sounds awesome. Let me set this up so that people can see the playthrough thingy. I guess I could just show off some areas too, for that matter. It might actually just be better, but you don't really get to see much of the gameplay as far other than the combat at that point. Disable screen messages, sure. I haven't run a test in it, I guess. Let's unsave NPCs. Yeah, nice. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe that's how I get all the watch hours on YouTube. Oh, thanks for dropping by, X-Men. Sleep well. Hopefully that playlist does you proud. And I'm gonna keep adding these streams to it. So just in case you missed the streams, when you get to stream 144, I can be like, hey, X-Men. In case you get there. So that's some dedication. Like I've got syndication or something like that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It's actually getting harder to unclick all these. I almost don't like this anymore. I might need a better system. I could base it on the level, but you can get ones that you don't necessarily have, so you can get them out of order. You know, ever since I started using the packed level assets thingy, this started happening. And, you know, I'm starting to think that I need to get rid of those. I don't think the packed level asset thingies are real good. I think they're real bad. Let me change out the game modes. Probably take a bio break real fast before I start this playthrough. And then I'll just run with it. Oh, I got some new assets to add to the game that I found in my dad's collection. Got a little steampunk horse. Actually, I just start the level and stuff like that. Yep, I got this weird steampunk bird thingy. Another steampunk car, which I need to put glass back on it because I took it all off due to nanite sucking. Steampunk horse. Ooh. Pretty crazy. I just had him. I was like, whoa, really? That's awesome. I'll be using these. Yes. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast and I'll start the playthrough. Correct. Alright, we can start. The missing messages. Nope. Okay. Close out the other windows that don't help. And I'll do it. Because I have all the stuff in it. Well, I guess the options apparently don't work on this menu anymore for some reason. New game does though. I think I broke them at some point. They work in the pause menu, so it shouldn't be too hard to fix them, you know? They used to work. It's been that long that I've actually looked at the intro thingy. I make little altars for the tarot cards. I need to add in a bunch of little content into these. I haven't even put it all in yet. Start with the full tarot. It bonks things. Breaks stuff. Does everything you'd expect it to. Honestly, I should go back to polishing out this content even more, because the reality is that I'm like starting the next area and there's still things I should finish about this area to make it better than it is. I'm just breaking things now because I can. Stuff up here is there, I could get it. All these goodies. But yeah, like the main mechanic of the game for those people who weren't here is that if you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity, and if you go back to the light, you'll gain your sanity back. That's the insanity effect too. If your sanity goes high enough again, you'll see it vanishes. Kind of cool room too. I like the full altar because it makes all the same squeaks that the hammer does. None of the altars feel like they're happy to see you quite like that one. Thought I put enemies over there. Oh, they're hiding over there. Really? You guys were on lunch break? Wow, this is just like a comedy show going on here with what's going on with these idiots. They go there, I fall back down, they go back up the thingy, you know. There's not a huge amount of reason to even fight these other than just to show off and things like that. I mean, like, they do drop money and things and potions and stuff, but I haven't really put an experience system game. Currently it's just you find stuff to unlock everything. So yeah, like, the story of the game is that, you know, Poppet's been killed and her soul's been put into a doll, and she wakes up in this toy factory, right? And apparently this happened to a lot of women. One of them, her soul got stuck in the paintings, and she has the ability to let you travel through the paintings to, like, that painting world. And that acts as the game's map travel, if you will. Whenever you go through a painting, they appear here. I guess I have the paintings marked as unlocked. Just ignore those. They're not supposed to be unlocked. You can also throw toys in here. And, like, the ones that can be saved. The friendly toys. And then they'll open up little shops here. Just hang out here and do things for you. I need to have a cat because Assassin's Creed had a cat. And I guess I have to have a cat village now. I guess it's not a real game unless you have a cat village. Yeah, this is Tinka, my Discord's favorite waifu. There's an ad break going right now, really? We'll just wait for the ad break to end for those people. We'll watch Tinka do her thing. I need to work on her leggings there, apparently. I'm just saying. She's just floating there, all happy. You can see we're out in space here. The insanity is real. This is how she says. You just jump back into these little toy boxes. So you can just get your stats back that way too. Everyone back yet? Nope. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. We're waiting. We're waiting. Everyone back. Everyone back. Everyone back. Okay. Supposedly everyone's back. So we can all say hi to Tinka. Also, her pink eye went away because DirectX 12 gives her pink eye. Hey, Wave. Yeah.
Ever since I got DirectX 12, her pink eye went away. It's great. Like one eye, like on the left eye, there was a funny pinkish color. It was so strange. Yep. You've shown up during a test of the game. Or I didn't turn off the paintings being unlocked, but that's okay. Hopefully it runs relatively well. If not, well, I mean, it's not packaged. A packaged test is obviously the best test. And to put more secrets into, so I should be working these areas, making them better. Repo? I think I've heard the name because I was browsing Twitch and someone was playing it. That's kind of about the gist of it for me. Those lag spikes, very strong. I should make these spawn in way faster because there's like enemies that spawn in here and why is nobody moving? I have questions. Why aren't you moving? You should be moving. Is the nav mesh messed up? I think let you grab ledges and the like. I think I need to fix something real fast because apparently ain't nobody moving. 1 second. I guess I'm gonna figure out what's up with that. Won't be very fun if nobody moves. Really good? Fair enough. I don't get time to play games. I really don't. I'm so busy making them, and then I have a regular job too. So I stream 8 hours and I work a 8-hour day. It's time to game anymore. I usually catch up on my work on the weekends, my regular work. That's fair. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I don't have time to play it. I think I just hadn't built the nav mesh or something, or I was building it again for some reason. Let me double check that it's actually on everything. It looks like it is. Should be fine. Should be fine. Okay, let's try the test again, but this time with feeling. The previous one did not have feeling. Save again just in case. I'm an online seller. I mostly do collectibles, especially things like magic cards and the like. The dealing and all that takes surprising amount of time hunting down things to sell and everything. And flipping them online. Like, yes, it's very boring. It's incredibly tedious. I do not recommend it to anybody. And I don't, well, I mean, okay, magic cards actually pay really well. I'd be lying if I said they didn't pay really well. In fact, I'm absolutely crazy for doing something low paying like game dev by comparison. But here we are. Honestly, before all the health problems I had for like 5 straight years, I was actually doing very well financially. Still doing okay, but I was doing well. I'm doing a lot better if I stop doing game dev. But game dev is so fun. I will live this dream. I wasn't part of the game. But my advice to everyone out there doing game dev is don't quit your day job. Because if you don't quit your day job, you have this huge runway of as long as you want to do it because you have money coming in. Which is how I can afford to do this because I didn't quit my day job. If the game had got done faster, maybe, but I would have ran out of money probably. And I estimate this game will take about 3 total years or so to do. So if you're going to do it with a runway, just imagine having to have 3 years of runway. 3 years of expenses just saved up just to make the game. This is assuming nothing else goes wrong too, right? I might get it done faster too. If I've been scoping down lately due to the fact that I realized my original scopes were insane. I think the thing people truly underestimate is how long content takes. Like making systems, they don't take that long, but making the content to use those systems takes a while. Is everyone gonna move around? We gonna party? Why are you not moving? That's weird. We'll see if they're moving in the next room, I guess. I don't want to keep resetting, but they should move. I mean, thought about it. I wanted to have something that actually would look like it was worthy on Kickstarter. I mean, you also have to have enough fame for a Kickstarter to work, right? Like, if you're nobody, your Kickstarter isn't going to make any money. People got to know about it, which means you got to have some way to advertise it. Read as, you know, you have a following somewhere, basically, or you paid a bunch of money to advertise it, but that defeats the purpose. Yeah, those guys aren't moving. We're probably gonna have to reset again and re-put the nav mesh down and test to make certain they work. And I'm gonna go to the next room and make certain before I get too crazy. Hopefully I don't gotta keep running these rooms. I can always just start from the later room too. I can also fall like an idiot. That's okay. I'll just do a quick test and check the other way then, rather than do it like that. But I mean, to give you an idea, like I recently just did a quick test thingy here, and I made a page to just link people on itch.io for this game that, you know, it's just literally just stuff for them to look at. Because I was like, okay, cool, neat. That's so cool. Why wouldn't I do that? So I put it up on here. And it's not great. It's just a fine page like that. Whatever. It gets the job done. I just wanted to link all these clips like that. Okay, so let's look at what happened since yesterday when you released something new on itch.io so you can get a good idea of what you can really expect out of that. These videos are marked as unlisted, just so you have to directly link them. Yes, this one's been clicked twice, and I'm pretty certain I did it to test, by the way. To make certain it worked because it was having some problems. None of them have ever been clicked. And if you're curious, I mean, I basically my viewership is literally YouTube and Twitch, but just in case you think that itch.io provides anything. And you can see right here, anything else important on it. 7 people have clicked the thing, and 9 people have clicked it. Yeah. As you can see, outside of Twitch and YouTube, I don't have much viewership. So, I mean, I would have to rely upon these to maybe get some Kickstarter, but I just don't have enough people. People aren't going to Kickstart this. Why is the nav mesh constantly rebuilding? I think I'm going to delete this nav mesh. I think something happened to it. And then I'm going to jump directly into the rooms and see. Yeah, that's why I'm really bothered with it, because, like I say, until you actually have a following, Kickstarter just fails. Once you have a following, sure, but... So my Kickstarter is whatever Twitch is paying me at the moment. Whatever viewers are doing, or subs, or things like that. Yep, that's my Kickstarter. It does pay a little. About 34 cents an hour. Which, I mean, I'm thankful I get anything because I was already going to do this anyway, but somehow I don't think that Kickstarter is going to make me much money either. I'm more likely to do well with a publisher, which is probably what I would do. I needed a demo to show them, but I've kind of been just working on stuff on stream instead. Before I load the thing up again, I want to see them move around. I'm not going to try another test with them not moving. Okay, good. There's just, the nav meshes get messed up. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, I just gave it the same one. Genius mover, 10 out of 10. Okay. You're not going to build an nav mesh again or something weird? You sure? You know you want to. That's actually why I stayed with RPG Maker for a while, for as long as I did, because I was actually getting traction because of their site. His own God mode utility? What does a God mode utility do? I mean, I can make God mode in my game.
want. Oh yeah. I already had the ability to turn things on and off to my heart's content. But turning things on and off, like, I mean, I could have just jumped into the room to test. But that was just the nav mesh getting corrupted and weird. And sometimes it does that. Like, it'll say it's calculated it and it just doesn't work right. And you just have to delete it and do it again. It just happens. You just, I don't know which version of 5.5 it started. I think it might have been 5.5 when I started seeing that bug. Yeah, I can just jump to any point in the world and turn off any of the cards, so it's pretty easy to do, on or off whenever I want. Also save all the NPCs, they're just checkboxes inside of variable maps. Sure, I can't like load them up mid-game to do it. I could set those in a menu where I enable, it wouldn't be that hard. But it's also dev time kind of wasted because I don't really need to turn them on and off mid-game. Like if the playtest fails during that point, then I probably should make it so the playtest doesn't fail. Maybe. I don't know. Seems reasonable to me. Okay, well hopefully I don't gotta do this again. I just didn't think it'd be very cool to have a playtest where the enemies couldn't move for like most of the playtest. Because it'll break calculating it from like as it goes outward, right? So this is the room I put it in, so this room would work fine, but then other rooms wouldn't. Because they're farther out from the from the center. I guess the apex of where it was. Everybody move in? That is weird. That's a bug. I wonder what's causing that. Does it work when I directly load it into an area? Huh. Something must have happened to it. I did change some settings when I was messing with putting nav meshes directly on the enemies. I wonder if that caused the problems. I'll have to do some research on that one because I have to look at those videos where I made the mistake. Well, I just won't do a regular test if that's the case. I'll just run around the levels and skip the painting world stuff. And I'll just show people things as opposed to the direct play, if that's the case. I didn't put a key in for this yet. There's a bunch of stuff I need to add anyway. Can you not move in here either? Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. It's weird. But it works fine if you're just directly on the level. Huh. You know, once upon a time, the actual playthrough of the game worked. So I've only been going backwards, evidently. Apparently the game's never getting finished if that's the case. Deprogramming the game. Alright, now I gotta investigate the nav mesh problem. Now it's calculating it again on loading the level. Project setting. I believe it was under nav mesh. As I play with these things for the navigation system, changing it, instance correct. That's the normal one. Now I was using navigation invokers. Don't do that. Don't do that at all. Like at first it seems awesome because you never have to create a nav mesh. Well, I mean, it never has to calculate it as it goes. But it was so heavy that like you lose like 10 plus FPS just for it being enabled. It is crazy how heavy it was. Which is so sad because they should really focus on that, not having a nav mesh other, because if you have an open world, then it gets worse and worse to have a big nav mesh, right? But it was bad. Like it was so heavy. Like, I think it's meant for open world games where you have like one enemy attack you or two or three at a time and not like the brawls going on here.
So that was one of the settings that needed to be changed, and I think this got changed. But maybe static was always the case. I could have sworn it was. All right, well, I'm going to delete this other nav mesh and then add it back again. Now the test is just to see if this works. I just need to make it to the next room. I don't even care beyond that. Sorry to everyone who was looking to see a full test of the game, but it doesn't do me a lot of benefit to test the game if the enemies can't fight. I mean, I can if I want, but it's kind of pointless. I don't recommend it. I could just run around some rooms and use abilities at that point and be about the same thing. Only it would work better. Then I save and it does it again. Sure, that's normal. I don't know why it does that. Like, it calculates everything and then you save and then it does it again. And it always does that 100% of the time. Very unusual. Should not be the case. Because it seems like it's doing the work twice. And I just can't see a justification for doing the work twice, right? Alright. Get you, run through here. Skip basically everything because I don't need to fight these things. I'll probably include some kind of system where you gain some kind of experience or some kind of resource from killing enemies. There's just no reason to kill them right now. All too often I run by them. I mean, like, you get money which you can use to buy some things, but there needs to be a reason to fight. It's a problem that I've been thinking about for quite a while at this point, that I need to introduce something. Because a lot of the time, my entire strategy is just go around them. The Fool actually does really well for AoE things up close. When I go to balance all the weapons, I'll have to make it do a lot more damage than a lot of weapons because it's, you know, point blank and it also looks huge. So it seems like it should do way more damage than things. She just has a key that helps out later. A reward for coming in and talking to her. I have to get the reward. It's entirely optional. You'll have to come here eventually at some point. It's not optional forever. Because there's a character that gives you a key you need currently in the game. It's the only non-optional thing in there though. You'll probably want this key. It does save having to go back and forth through this one door, or going around to go through this door. If you come back into this room, it's pretty helpful, but everybody's still moving? Oh, I clicked off the thingy. They look like they're moving. Maybe just because it was on static and not dynamic. Perhaps that was it. Hopefully. I did tweak stuff. Yeah, I think that was it. Okay. Disaster averted. I need to actually add in more enemies in rooms too and just change things up a lot. There's a bunch of extras you need to add in. I expect to have double jump and I haven't had it, so I've had it enabled for so long. turn slow enough that the best strategy is just run in a circle around them. To be fair though, with the Fool, that's often the best strategy. Just run it in a circle to either side and just start swinging it. And you will, in fact, beat up a lot of enemies that way. It doesn't have a very good hit for high above though. I need to work on that. Also, I don't know why it can't reach me over here. It's weird. Why it didn't move. Technically, oh, actually, never mind, I can do shortcut. No, I can't. And for some reason, it lags right there, and you end up falling a lot. Like, right in that spot. And then you're just sad because you fall. I might need to put coyote time in the game. When people are saying you should have that, where it's like there's a brief moment before you fall. Because they say it makes it better, more fun. But honestly, I think I just need to have less lag, and that would probably help more than anything. Nose leeching. Ooh. It's not a hard jump, so you just make the jump early and it's fine, but very laggy in that spot. Laggier in that spot. Get off my control console. This one's way harder than it needs to be. Those cannons shouldn't all be there, but I've just left them in because they're fun. And the main reason you actually go after a Tinka's thing like that is you can actually get your health back really easily if you want by simply opening the door now. She gives you this key, which you can't use until you have the Magician, but once you have the Magician you can just go, oh yep, and then you can run back, get your health. Which I actually find I often do, because there's like a boss right here, and you can beat him without it, I guess. I have way too many enemies in this small of a space, honestly. But maybe they're really hard to dodge. I guess I need to dodge more often. It's possible that the dodge should actually have its own little bar or something, like a max number of dodges, and that should refill separately. And I might nerf how powerful the dodge is at that point, though, because right now there's a literal cost to using it. But it's like, The balance isn't exactly much of a thing, but yeah, I put this area here so you can sneak back up and get all your health back. That's a concession to the fact that, well, I keep leaving all this crap here and as my testing area, and it's not supposed to be this hard, but... Just go, yep, I'm right back, yay! Actually, I could have just jumped back over, that was stupid. Make this faster. Things don't stay broken, so you get the option to break them again if it makes you happy. Like, I ain't stopping you. Let's go, yep. There's nothing stopping them from putting in there, it's just in the beginning of the game you have a giant barrier in the way, so this way you have to actually go break the barrier before you ever fight anything. Wow. If I can get through here with all the health anyway, maybe I can't, and then it might be pointless. I've gone back and healed. Whatever. Part of this is to test to see what I think would be the best course of action in a situation and see, like, how much damage I take, how much damage I feel take. I mean, you could play it better than I'm playing right now, sure. Like, whatever I just did there, terrible this game. And make it so those aren't hittable after you've done the thing. Also, those heals are kind of a little weak, it seems like. Yeah, no problem until I get back in here. No issue. There's a block that appears here. You take the other way up. Oh. Well, actually, there was the key to the new life room, so you could have gone back in that way. Yeah, well, I used to be able to make this jump. Wow. You get a bunch of damage trying to take this secret way up. Aha, I made it up. I don't run out of sanity in the process. Run faster! Run! You can actually just jump from window to window. I don't think I've ever done that. It's a good plan, though. The window to window strat is real strong. I'd almost make it more interesting if you don't have the option to do what I just don't have the option to jump on the pipes at all. I can close this window out and speed up processing the game a bit. I like to try different things on each trip through just to see what I need to fix or break or whatever. Yes, you can fall through those holes. I've done it before. And you feel like a complete idiot because I gotta go all the way back around because of that. Falling right there is even worse. This enemy wasn't supposed to be that tough, and he's really not, but... Especially if he doesn't move. Maybe he leaps, but he's not walking. Why do you drop in 2 chests? I guess there's a chance on the chests. Fair enough, that's a lot of money. Useful later, I guess. Omega Bitey, no. Actually, I want to jump this way, I forgot. Never mind, I'm just gonna fall. Okay. Yeah, because sometimes there's a bit of a lag in these things when, like, the input's there. And I probably need to do something with that. Well, but then again, when I'll have to play the game packaged on stream or something, you can see the difference. If the game still packages, every time I go to package it, there's weird problems and then it goes away. Because I fix those, and then the next time I add a bunch of stuff to the game, and it takes forever to package it again because of other problems that appear. Oh, I don't need to go this whole way. I just need to get up over that wall. I could actually have an easy wall out of the top there, which I might do. Once you kill the little Mega Bitey. It's interesting though that he wasn't able to move though. That's a little disturbing.
I need to increase the spawn speed in this room. Or maybe rearrange the spawn things so that these ones spawn first, once they're by the front, and then over time it spawns in the direction. But I guess it would make a difference which one you came in from too. Ugh, I hit by it. Lagga. It's backing up. They're so annoying. I don't get too close to get hit, but I want to... Go. It has been killed. Tilted. No heals in there, huh?
That's unfortunate. They have a lot of money though. 40 gold now. There's only a handful of things you can even buy in the game at the moment. I have to add in all that crap. Said I was working on like the second area, but I probably shouldn't be. I should actually just have a demo where it's just up to the very first major boss that I can show off to company to invest in it instead. I'm blanking on what they're called. Producer? Maybe? Oh, it's not like that. There's words floating around in my brain. They're not the correct ones in most cases. Sandy back for something. Yeah, see, most of the game actually runs pretty well even when streaming. Right? Stat FPS? No, it's stat FPS? Okay. I mean, for Unreal Engine running, streaming, and it being not packaged. That's where you can save a toy. I accidentally recolored her hat. So I use the same hat for Poppet. Or the Wheel of Fortune. Just get my sanity back. There's actually collectibles in the maze and things to fight, something like that, but I just run the right way just because, well, I know it, and none of the collectibles are absolutely necessary at the moment. Later on, you're going to want them because certain collectibles will be necessary. You normally have to unlock this painting, but since I have already done so, I don't have to do that. I have a system set up so you can actually talk to her and have it say different things at each painting, but I haven't put in things for everything, and I didn't put in an option for when she has nothing to say. Probably do. We'll just lock the game up at the moment. Need to put pictures in for this. They're just the number that they're of 99. I need to remove the number part so it just says the upgrades on them. I was worried that it was duplicating them, and since they are uniquely named, I was like, okay, I'll just mark these ones as 99, so this way there's no issue. Oh wait, I didn't actually save. Yes, or just a way to be able to save again. Doesn't do a painting world picture, interesting. Did that get broken again? I haven't even been playing with the interface stuff. Like, I might have just not included a picture for the painting world. Oh wait. Okay, it's open. I'm gonna make it slightly deeper so when she jumps in, you can't really see anything sticking out of the back. Yeah, you actually go a pretty good amount of time with it before you get into the weapon. Should I just equip this if I was just gonna run by everybody? Yeah, there's all these areas in the maze you can go to, I just don't do them on the tests. You just skip all these enemies the first time. Technically there's a save point here. Does this picture work? It does. I just forgot the painting world one. Just checking. All of you stay in there. They are running around. They're just kind of dumb and like to hop around a lot, so they don't tend to... They're probably one of the worst AIs I think I have designed so far. They just play keep away and then start shooting at you. That's their whole shtick. They don't do anything special beyond that. But they don't really have to, I mean, you know. They're literally just little dopey enemies. Oh, no, don't fall. Physics means nothing here. Oh, I can fall, I don't care about that. I might want to unlock the throw ability initially too. I need to put a thing on those two. These usually have a clue on them and then where their key is, but I put 2 of them in there and haven't put anything on them yet. Or I really need to go back to finishing optimizing this area and adding all the stuff instead of working on that new area. Because this is the area I tend to show off. This is the area that tends to matter. Well, the other area has a prettier look to it. I actually think this area is more fun to play. I'm actually already on the magician. I don't want to take it off. I almost want to give out one more weapon before Patrick. I had to put something back in this area. I had to wait upstairs, and then I took out the upstairs, so now there's just this giant opening there. And maybe I'll add embellishments and cool stuff to these areas, since I could probably use the extra everything on that one. Be gone, baby turtle! You do not belong in this world. I need to fix the kill zone on that too. Technically, you could just kill your character off, run from the save point, and you can actually jump from above to try to get the key too. I've done that before. I don't care if you do that cheat, I mean, it's fine. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. You do have to successfully do it though. That's true. It's pretty easy to successfully jump on this area, so you could skip a few of those, but that means you also have to kill your character and run back, so I don't think it's actually faster. It might be faster to get the key by killing yourself and going and getting that, maybe. Once you get the key, it's probably faster to kill yourself to get over to the other side of these, maybe? I don't know, like speedrunners might do it. I'm just not convinced it's particularly faster. It is easier, that's true. Apparently that one didn't die when it hit the water, which is interesting because I thought I read something so they would die when they hit the water, but that one is too cool for school like that. Oh, I have the shark that doesn't do anything yet. The outside world. I like that there's glass here now so you can see the outside. Kinda cool. Didn't used to be there. Just used to have windows in this particular area. Even though I'm not really spending a lot of time enjoying it. The original way to go was that way. This way is actually technically easier. It's longer though. Guess I tried to take the other way. Oops. That's the way I look at the chat. Hey Ronnie the Zombie, how's it going? We're just in time for a playtest. Oh, it's an in-engine playtest, so it's going to be a little slower than a packaged one. You just woke up? Well, perfect timing. Get yourself some caffeine. Kick back. Watch me fail at jumping a lot. This thing's actually weirdly harder to jump on than you might think. I had delusions of jumping on a moving one, but that seems like a bad decision. Oh, I took the other way up this time, yay! Oh, I should have, actually, it's probably correct to kill your character off. Go get the key for this area, because you gotta come back for this secret item back here, otherwise. There's supposed to be a thing blocking a couple of these areas, so I don't go through them because you can't go through them. I just forgot to put something invisible on them so you can see it. Nice, nice. Good way to start any day. I gotta equip the Empress. I don't want to be on top of it because you'll hit the ceiling. Mushroom people. I consider having like toy mushrooms and things like that, but they looked really not like toys, so I'm not sure I want to use them. They look more like just like mushrooms. Yeah, I changed this thing out so that it's got the wrong mesh. See, this is actually supposed to be visible. You still can't go through them. Just like here. And maybe I'll work on polishing this stuff. I fixed this floor. Nope, you stay over there. I'm gonna hide under this and cheat the whole time. You stay over there. Ducking is finally useful. Do 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 do. I knocked it over there. Excellent. Actually kind of hard to directly run up these. Also hard to jump on, apparently. They just left it alone. Apparently it's hard to hit there for some reason. Good to know. The collision on this is still a little weird. What's not even... Okay. I got a weird jump off that. I mean, it's a sphere collision thing. I can just make it a little bigger so it has a better chance of hitting things. So it's... feels a little wonky sometimes. Nice jump. These cables are actually kind of hard to jump on. I don't know why. Apparently really hard. Yep, she's weighted down by the hammer. That's not true. The hammer does literally no weight. It doesn't count. The magic hammer. The magic squeaky toy, so technically it shouldn't weigh anything. She shouldn't even be able to hurt people with it, but... there are many complicated things in my world, such as squeaky toys doing damage to things. Whee! Whee! Technically, there are crystal balls out here. I don't care. At first I cared, now I don't care anymore. Gotta run back in a second anyway. I need to put story in the game too, and I haven't got to that yet. I guess we'll take the way I originally intended up, even though I often take another way up. Even the top of that. Awkward. Ouch, doesn't spin at all. Fair enough. Actually, it's had very few bugs this time. It's mostly the only bug I've seen so far was the nav mesh one that I fixed earlier. Are we working your reward system? Hopefully before the end of this week I'll be drawing some. Yeah, hopefully. Why would I put that on all that? Like this. I was saying I should have got that first. I'm definitely going to want it for this coming up fight here. I have the key this way. I guess I can go this way and get to it as well. That pet bit is terrible. Gains way faster. Oh yeah, this game. And I don't even have it, you know, optimized per se. Like I don't have the, I'm still streaming. It's not packaged. It's just running. But I did the most optimal thing. I disabled nanite. As it lags. You just disable nanite and your game gets way faster. I know, I'm a genius. Also, I phased through that. Don't question it.
That works.
Yeah. I learned the game was crashing because DirectX 12 is not ready for production. It should never be used in a game. And now that I know that, problem solved. Finally get the ability to heal at this point. Pretty good distance into the game. 32 minutes or so, roughly.
Kind of ways before you actually get the ability to heal.
I don't even know if Fortnite really uses it. It probably doesn't. They're probably lying to you. I mean, Unreal Engine is literally built to make Fortnite. You mean DirectX 11 is blatantly better in every conceivable way? I agree. Every test I've done so far, every single one shows DirectX 11 is just infinitely better than DirectX 12. But it makes sense because, I mean, look at Microsoft. Windows 10 is way better than Windows 11. See, there you go. It's perfect. It makes complete sense when you look at it in the terms of it's Microsoft. And all they ever do is make things worse. I guess I should. Well, I guess I'm not away from any right to save. Whatever. I don't really have to save. I didn't get the darkness bug this time, too. Yeah, I mean, like, I thought nanite would be cool. Nah. Windows XP is better than that? Probably fair. I mean, I'm not even much of a fan of Windows 10. I like to know Windows 7 better, but listen. They kind of forced it on me because of the requirements of the software I was using, not because anything else. A new follow. Who's a new follow? 1 second. I think so. Follow is Lava 2000. I'm kind of blocking the things at the moment. I now have to beat him with just these. Unlike previously where I've been cheating, poor Patrick. You gonna spawn in? Okay, I was like, wait a minute. Did we get our first real bug? Well, the first bug I didn't fix. Ow, that hurt. I'm just gonna keep wailing on you. And I'm gonna take a beating and lose half my health. Excellent. Good job, me. I didn't turn this on. Also, that's a little stuck on the ground, isn't it? Hey, buddy. Just don't get healed. I got... Oh, no. He got mega healed there. Why? I'm so bad at my own game. Keep looking over at the chat, which does not help. June, buddy. High heals. Oh, he got the heals too. Ugh. All right, well, we're back to square one. Chill, buddy. You can keep doing the same attack. I can do the same attack too, pal. See? See? I can do them too. Yeah. They explode when you get near him, so you just gotta, you know. Don't get near him, smile. Or just get near him and run away. I mean, he angles the wrong direction for those things, so I need to work on that and make him a little better. Ow. He does kill you in a few hits, so... like 4 hits, so that's notable. If he fired those directly at you, it'd be a lot better. I don't know why he's so bad at hitting me with those. Lagga. Oh no, don't get healed. Yes, jump away. Now for the room. All of you stay back there, just in case. Everybody stay in that room, okay? some reason I really load this up with a lot of things here. Can I not bypass? Okay, it was just being dumb. Okay, laggy. I kind of want to kill the little gunners over there. Not about it, though. After this one, we get another weapon that actually does damage to things. It's actually the only other attack weapon you get in this area. I'm probably going to give out Temperance early on, too. Just to make things easier. Well, to give you a little more options, a little variety. I think you could probably use it because I've added in so many rooms before where this used to be that it takes so much longer to get here that it seems like there should be one more weapon beforehand. But I keep making a lot of weapons, so I'll figure out which one's like the one that I should probably hand out in advance. I'm not sure if it's Temperance. Temperance seems really strong, but maybe not. But I can also balance them so that it does a lot less damage, so it doesn't really matter as much. Like, its bubble effect is very good against things. It doesn't work against bosses, or it's not supposed to anyway. Only losers worry about sanity. We're all mad here. It's fine. How's it going? Getting shot at by that one thing, dude. You get to heal, and you get to heal, and you get to heal. Okay, well that's awkward. The things are missing. Huh. And they're not even starting in the right locations. Can't even bypass this area? I guess I gotta leave the room real fast. Wait a minute. That's not good. I might be able to reset those though. Let's see. I need to fix them. They've got some problems. They might make this room unbeatable. Guess we'll grab this one waiting. I can also just save and load too, which would be a thing. Might be what I do. I'm clicking that one over to that. No weapon out that can damage these things a lot. There needs to be a delay before they move, basically, because they're not picking their default starting location that they're supposed to be. Also heal up right here too, because I'm pretty shielded. Of course, I have no darkness power. We go. First power. There's not as much darkness as there should be. I need to remove a lot of lights, or turn lots of lights off. So if I activate this, are you in the right location? Is that messed up? Now it works. Okay, I guess we're running it back, huh? Yeah, I need to have it pick its starting location because sooner. Run faster. I think I can do this without running out of curse. Maybe? No, I fell. We're running out of curse. I didn't position very well for the jump. Okay, I can get it back. Respite's actually just to run away most of the time. I forgot I have explosives now. True. Didn't exactly get my stuff back, did I? Can I grab you? Cannon shots are awful. Wow, timing is terrible. Getting shot in the head. We've had one annoying glitch so far, but not a game-breaking one, just annoying. Get my curse back over here. I was getting health back too on that. I need sanity. I honestly should have just kept the whole thing as a giant building. It would have been a lot smarter than not have like a weird extra areas. Just made everything building stuff. It might have got boring after a while though. I kind of want every room to feel unique. At least in what you have to do in it, if nothing else. I'm definitely going to want to kill this before I do these jumps. You can be shot out of the air and it sucks. I can get it. Mostly I want to fix the delay on the cannonballs and those events there have problems. What I'll do is I'll jump in here and I will make a quick save and make note of those things. Or continuing. Also, why can't I save? Should have been able to save. I didn't leave the box. I'll make note of these things real quick here. This is a test to see if things work and everything, or what needs to be fixed. So possessed objects don't always their initial transform. Moving cannonballs don't vanish fast enough before their particle. Anything else was really bad? Oh, I need to make a note of add keys for box in the carnival room. And I have to add a key for I'm just adding these to the list here. Add a key for the goodie box. They actually say goodie box on them, though. In the or goodies. Then they'd probably be like a whatever's in there. And an item. Maybe temperance? I think that's all I've wanted to change so far. Overall, it's been pretty good, right? Haven't seen a lot of problems. Or as you can see, the map is slowly filling itself out here, so you can see all the places I've been, including a couple of machine rooms on the 4th floor. So I haven't added all the rooms for 4th floor yet because I'm still working on it, but yeah, you can see some goodies. Hey, how you doing? Pretty good? I don't have to go this way, but I take all the optional paths. Once I put in all like the stuff for the crystal balls and the collectibles, I'll get those as well. I need to take some time and really get all that writing down and everything like that for that stuff. Find the magician. I'm not sure on the secondary because a lot of this stuff is pretty fun. But I had it equipped. I almost don't want to go with other types of rooms. I almost want to be more like these types of rooms. Even though I spent a lot of time making those other types of rooms, you know? Like the occasional room that looks like that is cool, but I don't know if I want a bunch of rooms, but it'll be interesting and different, I guess. There's some real problems with water that I haven't figured out yet. Okay, so once again, there's another container that has a problem right there. I can't use to get up. So let's leave the area a bit. Get squished. Technically, there's a save box right there. Hopefully it gets a better spot this time and I can get by this bug. I need to get farther away. Alright. Because once it H loads away, you can, it'll try again. And this should be well outside the H load range. I should spawn in the possessed objects too. Be a lot smarter, because right now they're just in the world, and that's just resource wasting for no reason. Perfect. A curse back. Ooh, nice neck pop there. Beautiful. Sideways ones are the good ones. My sandy back. There's basically one bug that would annoy the crap out of players, but you can play around it, and nothing so far that's game breaking, which is much better than the last test. I mean, the Namesh thing, but that just, you know, was me changing the wrong setting. Or a previous experiment that would have been so cool had it worked. I mean, it worked, it just worked badly. I miss DirectX 11. I'll never leave you, baby. DirectX 12 is not for me. I only have eyes for DirectX 11. You know, the optimized forward-thinking version of DirectX. Take that, DirectX 12. What's funny is I thought that Lumen was the thing that let me where I didn't have to bake lights anymore, but it turns out that I don't really need that at all. Turns out you just don't have to bake lights in DirectX 5, even if you're not using Lumen. Cool. Technically, I can run this way to the library too, or take that way to the library. I guess I've already run through the safari room. And I haven't, I guess that pipe's not perfectly in place. I haven't gone back in through here to make sure you can run backwards through here since I merged all the meshes. I mean, my experiment with DirectX 12 and Nanite was at least useful for optimizing meshes. So technically I did get a performance increase, though probably not in the way they intended. That door's not supposed to be open, so I'll just ignore that it's open. That's because I left it open for doing screenshots earlier today. So, you know. I don't see it. I will use the friendly landmine here to get me up, though. Landmine travel, it's an all new thing. I need to go through and adjust these two rooms. Like, the two rooms after this don't really, they're unfinished. There's actually a lot of rooms that are kind of unfinished beyond the chapel. They need things added to them, so I should be doing that. Jump on the piano, which I optimized the crap out of. just running back and forth on it because I can. No following me. These guys really appear out of nowhere. They're quite obnoxious. How long have I been playing? If those clocks are accurate, an hour and a minute. Not too bad. I guess I can grab the crystal ball from over here, just gets in the way. I had some like temporary placeholder stuff recorded, I guess. You grab it and she goes. It's too quiet though. I just used an AI thingy to record some temporary holder voices. They're not the final stuff. Just some things to help me experiment with setups. I made the music way louder though, so you can't even really hear her. Make my job easier in the future. So when I come back, I can just grab her and, you know, move on. Oops. That's interesting. There's a book that's not here. That might be a bug that can't be beaten. Uh-oh. I might stop the playthrough. I do recall that being a thing, but I've had double jump enabled for so long I didn't worry about it. Really? Nice throw. Heals for me and explosions for them. Someone else got the heals. That's unfortunate. I did get a little greedy running away like that. Can't see my own sandy bar from where I was sitting. There's a light right up there. I need to make more visible light.
Actually, that's true. I'll mark that down as fixes that need to happen. More visible from the ground. In the library. Near the library room door. Book in the library. Near the reading room. Key is missing. Is impossible.
Might be a true bug. Annoying little thing. You're supposed to actually wait for him to charge you and then hit him. Charging at them yourself basically doesn't accomplish anything good. I can't stay FPS, interesting. We boing.
Into the pool.
There's the new life room on it, fair enough. So the crystal ball is duplicated, interesting. I can't move. Uh-oh. Why can't I move? Huh. Oh, fix that. I just saved.
Alright, well, there's bugs for that. Let's see. Painting world. That can be picked up. If you do, you get locked in place. So, the ball. Now we're getting some good clean bugs. I thought this would be a worthless trip through, but nope. I was gonna buy some things from her just because, and nope. See that book is there or not? If the book isn't there, then the run-in's right there. There's but one way to get that key, and if you don't have it, you're just gonna be sad. I'm gonna take the other way though, even though this way is way harder, and I actually considered making it a lot easier because I never take this way. Basically, if there's an option I never do, I have to question why it's even in the game. And honestly, I think I need a better system anyway. It just seems stupid. There should be like some sort of
thing with books to jump onto here instead of having these books sticking out like this. You gotta equip this. Yeah, I can even do it. It's so easy to bonk your head on this one. Like that. Yeah, it's super hard. Loved it. Fail. Oh well. Actually, I could take this way up too. These cubes emit light. That wasn't obvious. Nice. Get laggy in this spot. Can't even jump up yet. Enough. Whoa. Like stuck inside the other. And maybe I'll improve these rooms today. Oh. That's awkward. A little corner is hard to run around. Yeah, sometimes it just lags and you don't do anything. But the input's just not very good. So every time I play through the game, if there's a lot of lag, it changes my jumps. I'm going to miss jumps that I wouldn't have missed before because I'm used to two different forms of it, where there's like no lag and when there's lots of lag. A package game, it's like you jump way different timing. Also, apparently these go right back to where they were. Get too far away, that's good to know. Apparently I can't jump on that. Too far underneath. I never really take this way, so I'm curious to see how it pans out. What the is even happening? Whoa. There's something ain't right about that pipe. Once I get somewhere safe, I'll write down the thing. I guess I could do it now too, but whatever. Let's see. Library. Type. Near Hall of Records. As no. Hall of Records goes towards painting. A pleasure. I do want to differentiate a little bit. Oh, Poppet's checking out the flowers. Doing her thing, taking pictures of things. Basically Poppet snap. Yeah, I probably will give out one more card. Also kind of stuck in there a little bit. So. Alright, we'll make it back around here and see if that thing is not there, and if it isn't, then I'm gonna have to all this run, I guess, and figure out problems. And look, now the books aren't even in the right location. I can actually see from down here if it's in the right place. I don't need to go all there. If that book's not gonna be in the right place, fine. There it is, yeah, it's back. So it's just random if they're in the right location. So I might be able to continue the run. And I gotta reset those books, because those books are in the wrong position. It's a rough world. I figure if I have to run a distance anyway, I might as well do that. Since the other way is currently broken, I have to go up this way. Even though this is the preferred way to go up anyway, because it's much faster. Yeah, I really need to go through and fix this. There shouldn't be any bugs in this at this point before I even start the second world. This should be golden. At least I fixed almost all the bugs in the fights. Almost. Except for Voodoo's stupid shield doesn't always show up. So there's some issues with her diabolic shield not working right, which kind of sucks. He's in the right location, hopefully. I beat it this time, hopefully, maybe. Woohoo! Yep, now those two are in the wrong location. Yeah, okay. I'll just call it. Good. I'm not going to keep running back and forth trying to hope that they magically appear in the right location. They're supposed to remember their initial starting location. And all I need is just a delay in there because it runs out of event begin play, but then it runs through the rest of the code. But apparently the act of setting a single variable isn't always faster than it running the rest of the code beyond that and having it do other things. Like launch itself, and then it remembers where its location is, but by then it's remembering the wrong location, which is terrible. Basically, with the code I need to fix, I'll use it back on because I got a bunch to do. Maybe not that means it. So is that the object parent? It's right here. And literally the first thing it's supposed to do is this right here. It doesn't run any other code. Then if it's possessed, which they default to possessed, then it runs sets physics, then it does this, then it runs object possessed, then once again checks if it's possessed for reasons for it breaks it right here. That's why it does it. Then here it actually sets physical linear velocity and delays and continues on. Technically, I can just move this delay ahead of that and it would do exactly the same effect. But I'm not going to be satisfied with the one delay. I'm going to delay it one more time here. Did I even need to do that though? I mean, probably don't, but just in case it's causing some problems. Doesn't need to launch immediately anyway. They spawn in and then you come back there. Oops. Did I miss anything over the course of any of that? Things I didn't respond to? Doesn't look like it. So let's just spawn in right here and keep checking to see if they're actually in the right location. I Actually, I need to enable a bunch of crap. Now that we're in test mode, guess we'll enable all these too. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Instead of worrying about that second section that I put on the other map, I'm just gonna make this first section the best. Like, I'm just gonna go through and to keep adding this stuff, make everything the way it's supposed to be. Get this content to, like, you know, gold completion, platinum completion, whatever it is, and then I'll consider looking at the other stuff. Neck hurts. Lots of neck problems. Don't have neck problems. It's bad for you. You know what I could do? I could make one more test option here. This is slower right now, but it'll be like infinitely faster in the future. Activate everything. I could just put all those things like that. This is not an array, unfortunately. Can you for each these? You have a for each for that? I don't think you can for each this. I don't think so. I've done this before though. Let's get keys. Oh no. I'm apparently a big enough loser today that there's a bot trying to sell things. I'm just saying. Bot. And if your views are like below, I think like 10 or something, like current total viewers at the time, it's like below 10. I think they start showing up again. I mean, you know, having 9 is better than my average normal anyway, so that's pretty good. This is like usually a low point in the night anyway. But the bots are just like, you just don't have enough viewers, quick. Pay people to do it. Perfect thing to do if you want to get banned from Twitch. Maybe I could do this here. I mean, I could really just keep literally going through and adding them all. But I'm trying to think of a way to make use of these, because you get these for each there like that, and then to like add. No. What's like find? Yeah, because adding them again will let's just get the keys. Never mind. Like values? I want values over keys. Wait, no, this, never mind, the keys is actually what I want, right? Because I just go through each one, add a true on all of them. And then we'll have activate everything. I think that's all I need to do, so I don't have to keep constantly checking them over and over.
I gotta get rid of the package level actors. Seem very bad.
Oh, look at that. They're all activated. Sure, I don't know which ones I've already made, but I can look at what the future will be as far as abilities in the game. Right?
Maybe I give out one of the tarot cards based upon how many things you've killed. Like something will have you kill enemies in the game, and if you kill like each type of enemy, it goes, oh look, here's this. It seems like a lot.
Yeah, so activate everything's awesome. But they don't default to active, so I can just deactivate these for purposes of that. I learned something new. Yeah. Actually, we'll call us activate all tarot cards. All NPCs. This way I can just pick what I want, you know? As opposed to a not. All paintings. This one needed NPCs. Pack that in there. I might make one for collectibles later too, but I don't have a lot of collectibles right now, so.
I could cheat a bit.
I haven't put any other collectibles in yet, so these ones are fine there. I could also activate all the map stuff. I don't think I need to do that, though. I don't really see much purpose.
I can also deactivate all of them too, so I can actually enable exactly the crystal balls I want. That's true.
That's true indeed. I'm gonna upgrade these a bit, right? This way I can activate or deactivate them if I choose to. So if I have a bunch of ones selected that I want, I don't have to constantly redo them. Mode. Try to use blend now a different color. That's ugly. These random colors are horrible. Who randoms this? They're just like it doesn't even random them. Whatever. Just cycles them. Oh. Don't connect like that, that's dumb. This is a weird bug in how they do it that's really dumb. Great. Right, if you do it this way, then up here you can check the box, but if you don't do it that way, then it just has a crappy value and it has to be a reference one instead. Why it does that, I don't know, but it's dumb. And they should probably rethink their poor choice. Really the best way to describe it. It just makes no sense. Why wouldn't I want the option both ways? Because literally here, I can still plug in. It just gives me both options. So it's like, I would rather always have both options. Delete it, re-add it. Also, you'll add a thing here, and then notice how it clicks off of it. That's another weird bug that shows up there. And I don't remember when that one started. Definitely in the last 2 or 3 versions. A lot of bugs should... Like, 5.54 was one of the most buggy messes around. It was easily the most buggy version of Unreal Engine I've ever seen. It was crazy how many bugs it had. Many of them are still around. But it also came with the new movement system, so that's why I switched. It too had problems, but it was listed as experimental, so they are forgiven those because well, it's experimental. Of course they are. Oh. Click something. That's up. I just need this. Now I should have access to everything I want all the time. I don't have to individually save NPCs anymore. You just disable everything. Make it only necessary for testing. Though I might enable exactly the tarot cards I want. So this way I have an idea of exactly which ones I've made. I should have made this a while ago. Thanks to whoever mentioned the God mode idea. Because, you know, it didn't used to be so bad enabling each tarot card. Now there is up to 66 abilities, and I'm sure I haven't programmed like more than half of them, but a lot of times you gotta check and uncheck things for no apparent reason. Versus a small amount of code and just checking one box over and over. Pretty spicy, actually. Should have the paintings too. I also forget to disable these all the time. I think part of the problem is that I got to like the library and I gotta put all these books in and things, and it's not that interesting for the setup for this. Also, there's a potential music puzzle too. Which I don't even know where I'm gonna put information for that. If I want a music puzzle, I probably do. I didn't even think about what the puzzle would be like. Most of the puzzles are really simple. It's just, you know, movement based more than anything else. But I fixed this bug. I guess I can check and see. I'm gonna just drop here so I can always have the right location. I seem like such a badass now. Except for most of these don't do anything. It feels good, yo. Feels good. I still gotta make custom tarot cards for this game, too. I don't know what I was doing with that jump. I also didn't need to jump at all. I only needed to look over there and see if I had the thing or not. All I care about is if the books are in the right location, not if I plan on jumping. They look correct. Now I'll jump it just to be certain they are right. But I hit something there. What did I hit? And that was a really weird hit there. That should not have been an angle that was possible, unless I had bounced off something. But what? Some invisible here? Wait, what the? Something weird going on in that spot. Suddenly the character I got a way better jump than normal. Yeah, like I hit something here. Hey, look at that. That time was fine. That time I hit nothing, but I hit something. Like, what am I hitting? I don't see anything. Wait, I thought you were supposed to showing collision. I don't. Okay. Okay, showing collision is a dangerous game. But it's right through here, and there's nothing here. But I've definitely been hitting something because every time I jump through that spot, there's like a random reaction. Do these have a collision on them? I don't know about. I mean, the static mesh is going to have a collision, of course, but not all dynamic. I mean, like, it would just come down to what I had equipped on there, this book pile thing. We get up and walk around for a second. Legs are trying to fall asleep while I'm just sitting here so long. Let's see if I can get that key first. There's definitely something going on there that's not correct here. Like right there I got lifted. What the? Yeah. What is happening there? Like I'm just holding straight forward and it's flying in weird ways. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna walk around for a second because this seems like it's gonna be something weird. Maybe it's when the tarot cards does something and I just didn't realize that was like an old ability. Could be the case. Anyway, I'll be right.
Anything? Maybe. Nope. And nope. Fair enough. Well, maybe one of the tarot cards is a problem. I haven't looked at them in a long time. Wow, that's wrong. I haven't looked at some of them in a long time. I think in reality I should enable exactly the tarot cards that I've already got ready and disable any, like, just use that as a disable everything when I want to test the game with nothing enabled. That'd make a lot more sense. See? The judgment's like down there. This thing's a mess over here. I didn't even come close to doing these ones yet. Things are kind of just a catastrophe is what I'm seeing. I was kind of just making all the abilities, but I don't need all these. I need to pick one for that. I was kind of making a bunch of them so I could decide if I wanted to add them or not, but yeah, on that it doesn't seem necessary. And the chariot thingy is also pretty bad. Am I just fading out, Poppet? I could destroy the hair on that too. I won't do that, but I'm not sure I'm gonna do. I don't care about that right now. That's not the problem. Hey, Mikros, how's it going? Oh, just in time to be just in time. I'm gonna see if it's a tarot card, but just simply enabling only the tarot cards that matter. I don't know exactly which ones are a problem. Can't read them from here. Well, I'll tell you how I recommend people learn Unreal Engine, and it's actually surprisingly pretty simple. Pick any one of the how to make a X game in Unreal Engine tutorials. I started with like a 2D platformer one, but then I also did a 3D RPG one. And follow it, right? And then you'll reach the point of the end of the tutorial, and you can do the tutorial however you want. You can follow it completely along the way you want, or like change a little bit as you go, whatever you want to do. Then you pick something else you want to add to that game, and you pick another tutorial for that, and then you try to add that onto there, and then you keep doing that. And because all the tutorials start from square one, you'll have to try to figure out how to glom them together. And in doing that, you'll end up with not only a game, but also a pretty good idea of how to make things in the engine. Okay, yeah, improve movements, other background. I want to learn sequencers next time. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, there's so much in Unreal Engine, but yeah. Improve movements and where to I want to learn sequencers the next step. Sure. I just kind of kept talking on the first thing there. I recommend for people, but yeah. There's a lot to learn. You should, I mean, the other thing I noticed about Unreal Engine is it has a lot of things you don't need. So don't try to learn everything, but Sequencer is pretty handy from what I've been told. I should spend some time in it myself. But it's not very handy for much besides, like, cutscenes and story for the most part, I've found. So, and I'm not on that yet. Making a movie, it's really useful. Animation or something. Yeah, it's alright. I got to talking about one thing and realized you said something different. I have a lot of abilities made. Sort of. Level's not technically available. It's true. Orphan doesn't have it too. Lovers doesn't have it too. Hermit does. Strength does. Heal does. Nope, nope. Star does. He only has two. I think that's all of them. There aren't a lot of threes yet. Two of them. Now I just disable this, and when I want to use it, I can just disable things if I want. If I want to do a test, I just go doot, 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 and disable everything. That seems way better. I think when I played with the sequencer stuff, I think I tried an initial little bit with it. Many, many months ago. I don't think I remember anything about it anymore. Not gonna lie, I don't. Yeah, once again I bounced off something. What the? It's so weird. I'm just literally bouncing off something in that area. I don't think it happened over here though, so it has to be these books have some sort of collision that's weird. I'm gonna test it over here too. That seems fine. But right there, I got hit off something. Did you see that weird jump? Like, I jumped straight. Jump straight. I'm holding only one button, but it's hitting the side. Did it move past? No, it's doing it again. Yeah, it's literally forcing me to the side. Has to be a collision on these books or something. We can test that. Oh wait, you can't use complex on them. They've worked up to this point, which makes me question a lot. Because they don't look like they have any collision that sticks out funny.
Even there, it hit weird. Yeah. What the? It's weird because I'm not hitting just a wall, I'm actually getting thrown in funny directions. But it doesn't do it over here. Well, I guess I could swap the mesh out and see if it works on some other kind of mesh. Doesn't gotta be that book. Any book would do. Book. I definitely have a couple of them, you know? That's true. I'm using which one already? Book pile. One's kind of small. That'll do. Probably. Not exactly ideal. Something that's more boxy would probably be better. Whatever the case, shouldn't make too much difference. Practically walk from one to the next on these. That should be enough to see if it's that book doing it or if it's something else. It's weird. It's just completely unusual jump results nearby these things. Did I forget something? I think I forgot something. Did I? I didn't enable all the moon abilities. No, it's something else. Weird jumping. Yeah, it's just throwing me. I can't even go near it. The book doesn't matter. That wasn't a problem a moment ago. That time it kind of threw me in a weird direction too. What in the world? That one's okay. This one... I got angled funny. I'm still holding directly at it, so it shouldn't angle me funny like that. I'm just gonna reload and test. Yeah, it's still throwing me to the side. Ow. The world. I'm setting it on there, but this turns off it being possessed, right? Hmm. Nothing I change actually should alter the physics. Okay, I know you like to reset all your things like that whenever I switch to DirectX whatever because you are weird, but... Oh wait, that's an editor preference. Never do this.
The problem is it keeps a bunch of saves in the middle of nowhere and it just slowly overloads a hard drive. And it just turns into some mess, then I gotta go delete them, making the feature completely worthless. Like if it just overwrote the same save files over and over, it wouldn't be a problem. That's not what it does. Very awkward. I'm confused about this one because I didn't add anything that should do this. Caused a weird angular problem. I did restructure this a bit though, and then I put a delay in here. That shouldn't change anything because this is just setting a variable, and then it does the same behavior before. I just did a delay. I moved this after the fact, but again, that shouldn't do it either because this is just telling it to move later. This whole thing gets shut off by the Hierophant right here, so technically this should actually be beforehand. An interesting track. Do I like this one? Oh, I like that one. It's kind of nice. I kind of like this one. I don't know if I'll use it, but mostly better to just add it to the list. There's nothing about this. I'm going to reset the engine. Because an error like this is so weird and I've never seen it before, and nothing I've done should have changed what amounts to an invisible collision. But it's not like a true collision because every time I hit it, it gives a almost random result off of it. Which is weird because, you know, if we just had the same result every time, then I would know that the collision on the object was just weird and I would fix it. But I checked the collision and I mean, it's a book. It's like, you know, it's rectangular. It's a pretty simple collision. But every once in a while, Yui will just do something weird. So before you get all crazy and think, you did something wrong, just reset it, because sometimes it just gets weird. Like that time the nav mesh decided that it could suddenly break into pieces and float up into the air. I've never seen it since. Don't know how it did it. Restarting the engine fixed the whole problem. You could literally just hit P and just see it just floating in the air in pieces, and it's like, how did it generate a nav mesh on nothing up in the air? Why did it generate this? He does that sometimes. You just get used to it. Well, let's see if this just fixed the problem before I get all crazy and weird. Trying to solve things that don't need to be solved. Nope, still doing it. Like a weird sideways jump. Or a super jump there in that case. It's not happening on the ground, it's literally just happening around those objects. Yeah. I mean, it would have to be applying the weird launch to hurt. Like, what is that? Like, I'm literally holding the opposite. I wish you could see the keys on my keyboard because I'm playing with the keyboard and mouse. And see, I'm holding one direction and it's throwing me the other. Huh.
It's not supposed to simulate physics. Open another copy of the game. Take a look at the old one there and see if there's some sort of interesting change between them that could cause that, but I'm not seeing anything that would affect the player throwing them. I mean, it's setting a random physics linear velocity on the player itself would make sense, but it's targeting the static mesh, and it says target is primitive component, and the Poppet's character is not a primitive component. Unless it's somehow targeting her static mesh. Well, she has a skeletal mesh too, so it wouldn't be a static mesh. She has two skeletal meshes. Because of the game animation sample. This one was from when? 3 days ago? Good enough. Ever since I changed this to make it more efficient, it's actually had a lot of problems, which is weird because the changes I made should have made it significantly better because I wasn't calling Poppet all the time, and it's just looping an event. It's not actually doing anything complicated. It's actually doing less complicated now, but apparently it's the most complicated. Initially I just did the launch randomly thing like this. I guess I could go back to this setup and then just put a delay for when it does this, which would be fine. I mean, I don't see any reason not to do that because it seems like that might just be the voice of champions if it works better. I don't know if that's gonna fix it, but that's such a bizarre change. Sure. Why not? Oh, I know I did object possessed here because I wanted them to keep bouncing around instead of just going in one direction like they were doing. That's why I made that change, because it was a problem. So I was just like object possessed, you did this, and I just put the launcher randomly there. Seemed unnecessary to do set light and set the simulated physics over and over and over though, which is all this did, was set this over and over. But once it's already on, why are you constantly resetting it? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Which is why I took out the launch randomly. Otherwise it was just exactly setting these here and then doing this. There's not really a change other than this delay being quite a long time. I guess I put this delay beforehand, but still it doesn't make any sense because that shouldn't affect any of that. It's such a weird bug. Originally I had it like this, and it was like still a 3-second delay, I believe. I don't know why I changed off the one, it was just this. Instead I just have this and setting these two things on over and over, which is, again, not efficient whatsoever. I was always targeting the static mesh for launching. This is the parent. It has no other scripts that I know about. There's some things that can change the options about stuff, but nothing that involves changing and moving. You know what I should test? I should move these books away from some here, put them somewhere else and jump on them and see if that yields the same result. Or if it's something hidden in this area that's causing the issue. There might be something hidden in this area, in which case that's weird. Oh, once again, everything got moved out of the library, huh? Sure. Gotta eliminate all the possibilities, you know? The world. Oh, fair enough. Oh, yeah, I guess we'll spawn back in. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for the follow, even though you can't hear it. It's that little thing. Alright, so there's a problem here. I guess I could just jump on them as they are. It just don't have to be any particular location. I just need to be able to jump on them. This is such a weird bug. I'm kind of at a loss what could even cause it. Because there's just literally nothing I've ever seen that would cause it. It's that room. Like, I'm just jumping on these just fine. Something in that room is causing me to get thrown around. Huh. But what could possibly be in that room? I'm gonna keep this thingy because it does weird things. I'll keep it as an idea here. I don't want these on the map anymore. I might as well get rid of them while they're here. Oops. Oh, I'd follow Jay, but I wasn't even following him. So something in this room is causing a collision issue. But what? I'm just gonna delete these because they suck. Huh? Oh, that's neat. Typing in someone in chat to talk to them seems almost weird to me, but when you're actually the one streaming, I know it's just less awkward. It was just so stupid before. I don't like it. Huh. Where's the preview? Way over there? I have two versions open still. It should be doable. Problem is either way gets you there, and they all both start with the same way to get up to it. Because of the bouncy couch, so I kinda want it to be a different way up to it, so that you have a reason to go a different direction. And now it appears to be working just fine. Like I'm just jumping at him straight. And there's no issue. So what happened? The world may never know with Huey. World may never know. I guess I put the delay afterwards. Was that enough to change some bizarre thing? That's gonna be so weird. That doesn't seem like how it should work at all, but sure. If the problem's resolved, the problem's resolved, and I don't care. was the other problems I was gonna fix? I'll cross it out so I feel like I've achieved something, I guess. Where is the cross out? Oh, shift. What in the world? There should be a button up here for that. It's so weird. So weird indeed. You just go button, button. Anyway. This pipe has no collision? Why did it have weird collision? How could it have no collision if I jumped on that pipe and it had collision? Also, why is this angle funny? I was unable to stand on it earlier. Huh. Well, we'll test the run on there. Because I wasn't able to make it over last time.
I'll just start embellishing these rooms. I want the game to be super amazing for that first hour and a half.
Not that I think I'll get many people playing it. Yeah, right there, you just fall clean through. What is that? Why is that pipe suddenly unable to be walked upon? I move it out of it, I guess. It's kind of weird, but... yeah, there's like no collision on this corner. You just stand inside the pipe. Is there like no collision on this corner too?
Is this a corner problem?
That one's fine. Weirdly enough, I kind of want to get rid of this section right here. It's a quick way to get over to the painting, though. If you want to bypass things, you could run over this way, jump down here, but... which gives you a reason to go up this way over the other way, I guess. Sort of. You can kind of get either direction, that's not a big deal. Hmm. Yeah. That's just weird. Got a little strange little bugs, you know? Maybe that'll be a little better. My spines are a bit weird, but having to manually place the pipes is awful, so... that time I just fell off it. Okay, that seems okay. It's a little wonky, but works. Have to play this game to be able to jump all over the place. There should actually be something here because it's actually hard to reach this spot. You have to go all the way around, jump, and then jump down. That's true. You do have to do that. I usually just hide keys everywhere and then put special boxes places. I want some kind of key here, I think. Maybe one of these keys? Movement in this room seems kind of weird. Just record come off this thing here. Okay. There's a cord for my standing desk, and sometimes it kind of falls down because I've raised the desk up and then put the desk back down, but then the cord kind of falls off the little hanger for it. Mostly because it gets raised up when you lift the desk up, obviously. I'm gonna put this much in there. I'll come with something better to say later. It doesn't really matter right now. That does solve one problem of putting a thing there and something to get for it. Yeah, Alt Shift 5 is like inconvenient, right? Pretty certain it's pretty inconvenient. Alt Shift and 5. Oh, now it's like, let's also change the input language. You turn switch off, customize. Not assigned, not assigned. Did that change anything that I need to know about? Okay, it didn't. I'm all trying to do that, and then Windows is like, by the way, this changes your like input language. And to hit those keys, I was like, wow, thanks, Google. Way to pick the worst choice of keys you possibly could. It's the default keys to change your input on Windows to a different language. Nice. Now this is why we don't use those. I could just put a line next to it or something like that instead of doing it this way. You just go like, since they made strike through useless. I just put like a dash by it or something so I've done it. I'll also just delete them. This way it makes it seem like I've done more work, I guess. Nah, I hate it. I'll just delete it. I don't care. Defeated. This seems to have been fixed too along the way. This has been fixed. A more visible light in that room. I agree, this has been a problem because it's really unintuitive to stand by that and try to see the light. I also don't like lights by the walls because of this problem where you're in light when you shouldn't be. It's possible I should just spawn lights in when you enter a room. It's possible I should just spawn the whole room in. I'm starting to think that's the way it is. Like the H-load is just complete garbage and I should just be spawning in everything. My built-in own H-load thing might be better. Because the problem with the H-load is audit, statistics. Like every time you make use of anything in the H-load, it keeps track of all of it, so it has to load everything. It kind of keeps a weird memory record of it, and it doesn't quite load everything. But every time you put something, it does have to deal with it anyway, so it's not like you're gaining much out of it. Like texture stats too, I think, if memory serves. Yeah, and the number of uses of these textures have actually gone down by about, I think, 5,000 or something. I've definitely reduced this number by a bunch too. Obviously the weather thing is nuts. This glass thingy has the HDR test in it, and it's weird, like they programmed it in the material. These room infos obviously, I mean this is such a tiny amount of anything that I don't super care. But yeah, you see the number of instances of use each of these messages and all like that, and it adds up. Sort by uses. So they actually, like every time you add, these still get added onto. Empty actors use because I don't always use a mesh for things. These are also minor numbers too, so who cares? But it does add up. It is more calls and things. It's why I should probably merge more meshes. Yeah, I'm starting to think that I should be doing that, just spawning them all in. Like if it's not like just the actual generic environment stuff, like if it's a blueprint, it should almost be spawned in, which is awkward because that's everything. But especially lights, because like say, if you're over here, then yeah, but it's kind of weird that the lights are spawned in though as a thing. I can always turn it off too, but I could just put it on the ground. Of course, the whole point of having a key here is that it's so hard to reach. Thought I was holding Alt, but I guess not. Control Z. Control Z. Thank you. With an ab mesh. I should just delete those. I hate 8-bit stuff. Or like 16-bit, like chiptune stuff. I hate it. It's not my stuff at all. Just something about it just seems loud and obnoxious to me. Just don't quite see the appeal that when I was younger, I guess I saw the appeal, but I was younger and there wasn't a lot of other options. So with less options, it was easier to see the appeal, I think. Now I don't care as much. I can just put a light cube down here, right? Just sitting under here, random cube on the ground, and at least I don't have to explain why the cube is there. I just turn the slide off. That's probably fine. You can turn the slide on if you want. Anytime there's a lot of fighting, Poppet kind of needs a place she can run over to and camp at. Basically, that's stuck in the ground. I mean, it looks stuck in the ground too, so it's not like should be surprised. Yeah, all those things should probably just be, like the cubes and everything should probably be in the things. Also, all the spawn things here. Like this whole room has a bunch of stuff that is currently sitting out that doesn't need to be because it's kind of always loaded. So I need to go through and fix that. But yeah, this light will be fine. It gives you the ability to go hide by it, but at the same time, it looks like a light, so I'm assuming they're smart enough to figure out that that's a light. And if they aren't smart enough, then I really don't care, you know? Like, if they're that dumb, that's fine. Not a problem. You do you, boo. You do you. Because that would be impressive. That level of dumb. It's glowing. It's clearly not a light. What? Huh? I just need to add a bunch. Probably like 10 of them or something stupid. I'm actually really half tempted to start splitting these into groups of 2 and have like 2 rooms in these things. I could start an event where it just loops, and if you get too close to one, it loads it. Basically like an H-load. I'm literally just remaking a mini H-load. Because if you leave all these on the map, the game will choke. So you can't do that. Try, but I did try, and I'm going to let you a secret. It didn't work out. No. It most certainly did not work out. Oh, there's so many of these things on the map. Holy crap. I could do that with a bigger room. Just break it into 2.
be quite the memory saver, right? Just like in this room where I've literally broken it into a small one here. That doesn't always seem to work as well as it could, I guess. There's a smaller one here as well because of the shape issue. And then a larger one for this area. But then that means that there's like a good, I don't know, 15 things that don't load in. Maybe I do that. That makes a lot of sense. A disturbing amount, actually. Yeah, they're all just called Safari Room. And this works, right? I just run down here and it just spawns them in theory. I remember being a little wonky and weird with I should have spawned these in already, but it's not like they're spawning these ones in very well at all. There should be enemies right here. Whoa. But are these added into that one and not the... You added into the wrong one? That's a machinery room. Let's see. Should be one more. Maybe these are their correct rooms, I guess. I forgot about this when it first happened. I noticed they didn't spawn in, but I just kind of moved on and didn't write it down. It's called waiting room. Why does it say the waiting room? It shouldn't even be the waiting room. It should be waiting room. Right? There's the on some of them.
It's called Toy Maze, right? Not the Toy Maze. I'm tempted to make this just a nonsensical place that's just for like her, like a bizarre weird place, and not necessarily what it is now. The Safari Room now has 3 of them, right? So yeah, the original Safari Room is this one here. Wait, that's the original. Okay, sure. Yeah, in theory this should spawn, but it does not. I don't think I've seen it spawn at all, so I guess I'll go here and then run up to it. It did spawn. It just took a while, but it takes a really long time. I mean, it's not that big of an array. 10 items is not very big. All the other items are significantly more items.
I mean, I broke this one up a bunch.
I'm definitely gonna break them up. It just makes way more sense. Those spawned there. Those spawned. Okay, so now you've spawned perfectly.
Maybe it needs to just default to more time.
Or maybe it's too fast. I don't know. Whatever the case, cool. Right. There's so much crap that's also just sitting out of things too. There are 2 of you? Okay.
Oh, nice.
We don't sound so bad. All the stuff's in the Safari Room. I realize this is definitely awkward and messed up. Technically, I don't have to get rid of these anymore. Because it was Nanite that was forcing me to not do certain things. And now that I don't have that kind of drain on my resources, I get to do good things again. Making me once again question everything. So put all this to fire room. Let's go to that Wind Wonders building or something. Oh, these keep getting out of their containers. It's so weird. I mean, some of these things, sure, I made them recently, but other ones I didn't do. Or if, like, they were ancient, so they would have been put back in the last time I did this. And yet, they aren't. That's just tedious. And there are a bunch of things that are just kind of easily moved. Those Roman do wonders, so. This is blocked off anyway, so I don't care. I deleted all these. Those are on the other map. Yeah, like 758 items ended up out of location. I think we can all agree the chapel benches are pretty easy to figure out where they go, but at one point I sorted all of those again, and yet, what are these? Sign stakes? These are probably almost all in this room. It's just an error of judgment. That is not true at all. There's 5 in there. I guess go with Patrick's, and now with the other ones there. So those are 4 there. Yeah, I can do all this right now. It'd be nice if we just stay in their location, though. This way, whenever I want to figure out where everything goes. Anyway, the plan was to break apart those big rooms so that they don't load in all at once, thus making it a bit easier. I could do the same with the chapel. I mean, the chapel has not bad of a load, though, as far as how many things are loading, but it seems like it's loading quite a bit. Problem is if you get out of the location, then it spawns everything back in, and the chapel is pretty open area for them to just come charge after you. It only has 25 things in the array. That's actually pretty small. I mean, but the thing is these things, too, are just floating around. I might get rid of these extra 2, because I took this out because it was awkward at best. I probably those 2 in there. There's 3. I could include a way to get to them later. I can also include extra areas for other puzzles in case you come back. Right? Oh. I don't know if I want to break this one up or not.
I'll spawn these in there. I'm gonna have to sit there and keep testing it over and over to make sure you can jump on them though, because the spawn end's a little weird in how it does it. Creation's a bit weird. Also, these have individual light transforms too. They also might not need a light. I mean, to be completely honest, I could remove the light from them. I want a bunch of possessed objects, but I could actually make it that the possessed object changes its mesh too, changes its materials. The whole point of mega lights though is that you're not supposed to need to do this, right? Missed that. It's actually find the point actually. Yeah, and it's default. Yeah, maybe I redo the library a bit, just so it's so many things. Let me just look at how many of them are in here. 27, plus when I add in all the little pots. Maybe more than that. I'm half tempted to block the library in two or something, just so you have to go around or something. More interesting from a level perspective, but a lot less interesting from a build the building perspective. Because a lot of the game is all about, you know, it trying to make you look small, and if you build little areas, then they creep around it, and pretty soon she doesn't feel small anymore. She only feels small because these things are so big. Yeah, why not? We'll leave this thing here. Why is this not even in the right thing? Huh. Pretty certain these should be in the correct thing and not floating, since they're literally good for a room. They're not just any random event. Tied to the rooms themselves. Well, technically, they basically are the room. This one is 75. I'll write these numbers down so I can just delete all the ones that aren't related to those, I guess. Alright, so 8, 10,
13, 14, 5. I'll put them where they're supposed to be kept, so it's easier to keep track of. 0, oh, right. Not much in that particular area, no. I guess their exact locations don't super matter to me. Mostly I just want to break them into those 7 on that side. That'll stop you from getting swarmed too. True. It's actually probably a better solution to the whole swarm thingy anyway. Functions here, so. I need like I'm gonna have to add a bunch back in a second. I just want to get rid of all the ones I don't need though. Wait a minute. $78. Oh. All those go over the side of it. Just don't want to move it down, I just want to move it over. This one, I just need to remove exactly those ones from it. And then shift the whole thing over. $76 because it's literally 51 we're dealing with, so it's easy to just do that. Holy crap, the difference in those numbers is huge. I wonder what this one's even doing. I'm just gonna drop it on the ground, I guess. Remember, I added a bunch of destroyable pots, and that's what those are. Those are the things that explains why I need to move them to the right location. So. I was getting a bunch of crap out of here, so this way the thing would load more efficiently. I decided to march way out there, but sure. This character needs to sit here. You know, all these cubes out here too. I'm sure those probably aren't great either. They'll have more enemies at that point.
I don't have all the keys now. I could actually enable all the keys. Almost an argument for having these be slightly larger than the rooms, so you just load into those rooms, but
maybe not.
I wish that that's the default spawn speed. A giant trap. Hey, Ponton. How's it going? Oh. Yeah. Gotta get that second wind. Going bleh. That sucks. Or bleh. Oh, if it's going bleh, you could be like a vampire or something. In which case, life ain't so bad, right? Or I guess undeath ain't so bad. Man, not so great. Bleh, pretty good. Or maybe like one bleh is terrible. Maybe is it two blehs is better? It's like if it's bleh bleh, then it's better. If it's just bleh, then it's not that great. These are important questions that must be asked, guys. Sort of get some progress, huh? Oh, that's better than no progress, right? Right? Anyone? Maybe? Sure. Stuff just break or something? Like, what went wrong? I need 6 more pots. Interesting. I mean, usually the controls are pretty much just plug and play for as far as the engine goes. I mean, sure, it doesn't understand input inside the UI at all. Like, you'll have to program that in yourself or use a plugin like I did. But for just moving around the game and the world and pushing buttons, triggering input on the blueprints, that should work fine. Plugin. I use Oh. The cheapest piece of crap around. And do you know why? Because all the Bluetooth ones are garbage and always break and don't work right. This wired thingy for like, I think $12 can be thrown against walls and the wall will give out first. Yeah, it's got everything you would see on, like, you know, the Xbox controller, the PlayStation controllers, those kinds of things. Yeah. So it's like, if you have everything, I don't... And I had one just like it before, and then I bought a couple Bluetooth ones along the way, and both had problems and input issues like that. The other one actually, I think, got ran over by a car, and it was finally finished by the car. I was like, damn, that thing was tough. I don't know why somebody ran over my controller with a car. Listen. Came home, and I was like, really? Really, guys? But it took a lot of a beating, because the number of times it got knocked accidentally off of things because of this cord is super high. So I was just like, hey, it's $12. So it is the Logitech El Cheapo garbage. I don't know what the actual version is. Logitech Gamepad F310. Yes. It works great. You just plug it in, it just goes, I'm happy, and works with everything. The more I use computer stuff, the more I want to go back to wired things, because at least they worked. Usually the batteries, like I actually replaced like 2 mice in the last year because the batteries exploded in them. One at my office, one at my house on the same day. And I was like, huh. So, I've never had batteries explode in something before. I was like, okay. Right. I didn't like it anyway. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I didn't like it anyway. I actually did like it. I'm just trying to make it realize that it lied to me and it was terrible. In order to use the UI, this wonderful plugin here, it's free. You'll have to slightly change a couple of programming things for the UI. Well, this is mostly just designed to make it so you can use it with the UI itself, because Epic doesn't manually support that. You have to basically code that crap in yourself. Hey, Appleview. Sorry, Appleview. How's it going? I didn't even notice the thing you posted on it. When did that show up? Does it have a timestamp on that? Because I didn't notice it. Let's see. You put this one. Yeah, copy paste that into the thing, because I'm just gonna do it this way. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I mean, this is probably like, this is better for a controller thing, like specifically I think for influencing stuff on the controllers, which you might have built in for all I know, but no, I missed a yo-yo from Nepplevy over on YouTube, which is weird. It didn't show up in my the restream chat, which it should. Yeah, I link once to YouTube and once to here, just for the things. But yeah, this seems definitely different than what I was recommending. I just want to, this is just so that the UI supports controllers in the first place, because otherwise it doesn't. And you'll have to program that in. There's actually some, what was it called? Epic made a way to do it, but it was extremely complicated. using a plugin system, which I don't know why I wouldn't just use this stuff here and a plugin here that's better. Oh yeah. You definitely want this UI nav thing. You definitely want this. Like, I can't remember the names of the ways you can do it. I mean, there's the obvious way of, like, you can still get input out of it. It just doesn't select buttons and things like that. So what you have is a variable that you increment or decrement based upon which direction is hit on the pad, and then you tell it to highlight a specific button and make that like the active button whenever the particular variable is a particular number, and that's how you do it. And then, you know, you have it set where whenever the, say like the A button is pushed, it runs the event for whichever one of these is the current active button. And it is stupid to have to do it that way. It is so backwards. And then they made common UI. That's the other one, which was some way that kind of sort of did it, but it was extremely complicated for no reason other than because Epic could make it complicated. Like many of Epic's things, they don't worry about making them actually particularly efficient. It's not something they terribly care about most of the time. It's weird, yeah. Like for all those engines, you would think that they would have better controller support in every conceivable way, and they just kind of don't. Except for when you're just playing the game, at least in this, like if you're just running around jumping, it totally understands that. So yeah, I got nothing on that one. I wonder if when that was. I'm trying to figure out when this comment showed up so I could see when it showed up in the restream chat, but guess not. It vanished after 3 minutes. I might have just missed it. Yeah, it's dumb. I pulled my hair up for quite a while on how to do that. And this one can even simulate a mouse too. So this way you can just move the controller around like it's a mouse cursor if you want. Yeah. Well, Epic made things. It's just that the UI nav thingy is just blatantly better than everything they've made. That's all. It's just like a considerably better controller solution that you can implement in very, very little time by simply trading out a couple nodes from the normal system. You don't have to do anything special. You don't have to spend hours and hours and hours trying to figure out some bizarre system that they've made. It will probably be outdated soon, and this guy updates that thing, as far as I'm concerned, too often. But I like what he did so much, I gave him like $15 to have he has like a bunch of pre-made menu setups for you, so you can just, you know, not have to do a lot of extra work yourself. I just paid him the money. I was like, here you go, man. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't want to set up all the options menu crap. I took a look at how much time that was, and I was like, $15 to avoid this? Yes. Yes, we will do this. And that would be UI nav. Yeah, I bought this thing here too, which covered all the menu system for it and everything like that. Mostly all setup save. The saves don't work until you make them do something. He has a basic save setups. It does work, but not very well, because you have to add your own stuff. But all this crap worked already, and I was just able to adjust a lot. And I don't know if it saved too much time. I guess it kind of did. A lot of it was also me learning a better way to use his things there. He had a much better method for programming his menus than I did. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Like, my method was okay. His method was better. Maybe that one there. That one's not free. But I'm not gonna lie, every time I make a game I get to save all the time it would take to program that crap, so it came out looking pretty good. Oof. A bug here in a second. Got it. now also going to wash my hands because I squished a bug on them. Be right back. I think you're like subtract input, X input, but other controllers not too much about a plugin. Probably fair. Definitely some limitations. Yeah, definitely if you can find it. Very helpful. At some point I'm going to care about input from weird controllers, though. Basically, I think that what's really going to happen is I'm going to provide controller support for accessing the UI and the like, and if your controller doesn't work with Unreal Engine games, you're gonna have to find a controller that does. I don't know what to say, you know? Like, I'm gonna get too crazy about it. The gameplay is better with a keyboard and mouse. I don't even use the controller to play the game. Actually, almost never. And that's because the only time it's better to... I don't even think the platforming is better with a controller. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It's weird. It doesn't seem better. And it's because camera control is worse. Like, I've done what I can to speed it up, but the big issue is that having to move this extra thing there in order to like, aim the camera around is less efficient than a mouse, and being able to control the camera is more important for moving around a 3D world than just moving directions, right? Yeah. So in all my testing, I've just found that in 3D games, controllers are not very good for platforming. guess. They're better for like fighting games and things, but I have not found it very exciting to use for this. I'm definitely gonna at least doing some tests like through like playing with the controller, but it will be with protest, given how awkward it is. I actually did a lot of platforming when I played Guild Wars 2 as well, so with a keyboard and mouse, because that's how you play Guild Wars 2. If you play that with control, I don't think you even can. Wow, I'm sure you could find a way to make it happen if you really desperately wanted to, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I don't think you want to. But definitely, one of the things that sucks is I could actually set up where you had like hotkeys and things like that and have a lot more options for hotkeys, but with buttons and the controller, there's only so many buttons, so you're kind of limited on how many hotkeys you could even have. Not a fan. Did I miscount? No? I will. I just gotta go to that one. Windows raw input. Windows giving it raw. Oh my. I don't know about the Windows raw input. Windows needs to take a step back. Hopefully it helps, maybe. Is that a Windows raw input plugin, or are you just happy to see me? Important questions that should probably be asked not in a dark alley. I think my favorite thing about putting all these things in these like room info things is that they can't ever be moved out of the room info. Like they can't get in the wrong folder magically due to Unreal just deciding it doesn't want to sort things anymore. Like what happened with over 900 things here. Why does it do this? I don't know. That's okay. Right? Bet you these are all probably in there too. Maybe not. Guess those aren't. Oh wait. Why are you selected? What is going on here? You aren't pool walls. You're literally part of a blueprint. Yeah. I'll use in the Safari room. I think so. Disable them? I mean, like, you can make them not appear if you want. That's a thing. They're not really disabled, though. I mean, you can make them not visible. You can deactivate a lot of stuff, too, in the blueprints themselves. A static mesh doesn't deactivate per se, it's just a dopey little actor sitting out there. It doesn't really have anything it does. It can be made visible or not really active. Oh, well, yeah, hiding it in the skeletal mesh itself is its own thing. You can hide the material that it is, or you can replace it with clear material, so this way it just doesn't show. Just swap the material. So say like they have glasses, you just swap the material so that they have a clear material instead. And suddenly there's no glasses. Is that ideal? No. It worked. Alright, fair. Possible. All things are possible. You just have to basically go with a different. They're just done differently than Unity. Like, there's ways to do just about everything. It's just I don't know all the ways, to be completely fair. I like to pretend like I know a whole lot about it, but the reality is, the more I know about Unity, the less I feel. Not about Unreal, the less I feel like I know about Unreal. Because it's just like, yeah, I got your back. It does not have my back. It is lying to me. Like, nah, fam. This ain't it. And I'm like, really? Really? Not it? Damn. Alright, fair. I think once you're more used to one of the ones, it becomes a lot easier because that's just you're just used to doing something a certain way. And when you go to do it, you know, in a different engine, a different way, they're going to be like, oh, that's not the way I did it before. It's going to be weird, and you won't like it as much. But for anyone who hasn't done something in Unreal Engine, it's weird when you do it that way. Like if I went over and did it in Unity instead of Unreal, that would be weird to me how it does stuff. I didn't try Unity first. Like Windows and Linux. Windows being what it is, and Linux being so bad that you still use Windows. Take that, Linux. It's too easy sometimes. Yep. Somewhere out there, there's a checkbox for everything. And that is the, you know, Unreal way. If there isn't a checkbox for it, trust me, there was a checkbox for it. You just didn't see it. The number of problems that have been solved by, oh look, a checkbox in this engine is gross. It's so many problems, just like, oh yeah, there's right there. I can't believe you didn't see this incredibly obvious checkbox. How could you miss it? Blink, blink. Where to go? Any one more or anything? I guess I miscounted by one. Most unfortunate. That's the one. It'd be awkward that 13 and 7 are next to each other, but so what? Oh yeah, because the parent options get passed on to the children unless you have some way to adjust that, which I mean can be done. I usually make them instance editable. I guess I gotta try to stack cubes too. That'd be fun. Realize I had leftover donuts in the fridge. Yeah, there's this glorious donut place around here called the Donut Nook, and most days they're open 24 hours. I think there's one day of the week they're not. And what's great about them is they have a limited amount of time before they're willing, like, well, they'll sell a donut as fresh. I believe it's about 12 hours, right? And then they'll put them as the day olds. Now, the day olds taste about the same as, like, you know, at 12 hours and like 9 hours, there's not much of a difference in taste. But what they do is sell them for somewhere between free and 25% of the price. I think we paid $3.56 or something like that. Right in my mind, went there like that. Got like 2 big old cinnamon twists, a couple like these massive fritter things, something like 40 plus donut holes, and like some other donut he wanted. I was like, man, so many donuts. We could have got everything behind there. Like these 2 trays would have been about $10. Unfortunately, it means that now I have a bunch of donuts, and I only really wanted like 1 donut that night. Now I'm just like, now I feel like obligated to eat them, but I don't know if I really want them that much. This is my struggle. Life is hard. Spoiler, it's really not hard. I'm lying. In case you weren't certain. I guess it defaults those values, so I could just do 7 of them and leave the light cube there. Am I going to do that? Or just leave the cubes? I might just leave the cubes. Also, should have just made the light cube separate entirely. I can spawn it in. Cube. +2. Could just put a light up here and not a light cube. I kind of like the light cube idea. I also recognize that they do pose a slight problem in that it does emit light. It emits light to the other side of this wall. So maybe I don't do that. I try not to have lights emit outside of the rooms if I can avoid it. That's another reason to get rid of these floors below and have them spawn a different level. Things like this would act as a light down below. Right? So you'd be up here on top of this pipe going, hey, wait a minute, how come I'm in the light? My constant struggle. But the fact that everything's like a point light and it ignores walls, right? Because there's no literal way to check if you're in the light. As you can see, optimization is the most fun you can possibly have. Not that bad. I mean, it is, but it isn't. Thanks so long, Chris. I assume that follow is one of support for the struggle of optimization. Solidarity, if you will. I need to reinstitute the ability to float, because these objects used to have the ability to float. They still do. It's just I didn't include the rest of the stuff from this water system that lets them float. That's why they have all the bigger block around them and everything like that too. It's a system where it looks at the 4 points on the bottom over something and they float. It's really weird. I'm going to need to include water physics for the second area, and probably for this area, kinda. Well, actually, you just die in this water, so I don't care at this point. So I don't really need it yet, but eventually I'll need water physics. Which is sad because I do not have this thing yet. We'll need to look up how to do it in a way that makes it look like it's not crap. Why in the world did it not copy? Now when I select copy, I expect it to copy. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's some cray-cray stuff there. I'm not about it. There. Oh, okay. Well, how'd your stream go? Was it exciting? Was it the best? I have questions. Also, I was trying to move this thing that spawns in by moving the actual physical thing it's replacing. Guess what doesn't work? What I was just trying to do. Funny how that happens. My new optimal room. Two watching? Hey, you know, that's one more than nothing now. It's like two more than nothing, I guess. I'm assuming you count yourself, right? But then these need to go up some here. But overall, it's how you get started. Just hit the level I am now. Do you know how long it took? Oh my god. To be fair,
It was mostly through raids that I got
any traction on this. But I mean, I've been streaming, gosh, quite a while at this point, because I streamed on YouTube for so long. Look, I took so many breaks for health reasons. Right. But the first stream I ever did was quite a long time ago. There, no, just go to the end, huh? One of many. Maybe? Whatever. Why am I scrolling like that? My first ever stream was... Now it shows that. Yeesh. That's fair. And the first one I ever did was live was actually 2021. And then I did took this huge break from those ones there for like 2 years for health problems. I just started. Yeah. I streamed a bunch there, but you know, I'm definitely in a couple years of streaming. Yeah. As long as you stream in the software and dev category, then people will, you know, there's a lot of people will just raid you. I mean, I already have you followed. I would have followed you otherwise, but since I already have you followed, I was like, well, sorry, but I'll raid you at some point if you're on when I ever get done. You just have to be on when I'm done, which is usually hours from now. Hey Verilog, how's it going? These are still stuck inside of each other by a small amount. Nice. They like each other inappropriately. Ooh. Jack them up a little bit here. Okay, well, first of all, why oh did you switch oh? I don't want to move in increments of 10. I'm not a heathen. Any level designer worth their salt's not moving in there. That's what I did. Just depends on how much you stream. Eventually it becomes work if you've streamed, you know, enough hours in the day. But it helps me get a lot done because I wouldn't work on this anywhere near as hard without. I know I've tested it. I don't work anywhere near as hard. I'll just get distracted by things like YouTube and stuff. Oops, am I just mistyping that? At FPS. No? Try disabling messages again. Let me double check. Yeah, if enable, I don't want to do that. Thanks to this. Boop. Bad FPS. I literally put these in poppets in there so I can just sit there and change out these commands so I wouldn't have to type them all the time. Yeah. Well, there's just a lot of things out there to distract you, so it's very easy to get distracted, and it's just like, okay, well, I'm just streaming, I'll just work on things. Like, convincing myself to do this stuff here to optimize the library here. You know how much effort it takes to convince me to do this setup here, but it loads so much faster now because it doesn't load in like 50 items anymore, it's loading in a small amount. I'll get over to about here, it'll load in the rest of the crap by just spawning it in. Okay, so try to ambush the player, which is more fun. I could spawn it a little farther away, but I gotta admit, it does seem like it goes a lot faster. It seemed like it was going faster, I guess, to be fair.
To really see if it would go the real speed, you have to close out all this crap. And that increases the FPS considerably. Still problematic though. Oh, I got hit. Okay, I just want to see the FPS anyway. Wish Epic would fix it so the skip assigned gamepad to player one setting will be functional. Oh, enabled. Quite fair. Epic doesn't like things that work. They like things that are experimental at all times. Not experimental. Did Epic really make it? Important questions. I wonder how much faster the world would be if I took all the possessed objects and put them away too, because I mean they're in the world too, and as best I can tell, spawning everything in is the correct way to do everything. Epic doesn't often take things out, it's a problem. Like they just kind of leave it there and then it just kind of breaks over time. Because they I forgot what they call it, but they don't use it anymore. So they don't bother to make certain it works. So they just kind of leave it and just start adding new crap. And then that thing breaks and they never check it because they don't care. At some point they just eventually remove it, but it takes them a long time. These should all be spawned in two lines. They should also be closed. Problem is, if I spawn these in, then they can't say these things because I would have to set this on spawn, I guess. But I'd have to have this thing send messages to all of them, what I want them to say, which is kind of a lot of effort. Yeah, I probably should remove all the possessed objects from the world and just place them in that thing. It's gonna be annoying because I'm gonna sit there and go through and oh, I adjusted each of these too. Ugh, unless I'm gonna use the same thing. Again, I'll have to have some sort of interface to change each one. Oh, it's gonna be a pain. Yeah. I don't even think controls work great for my game at all. It's just that people think Metroidvania and they're gonna demand controller support. So I'm gonna have to have, you know, some kind of controller support, probably. Right? Besides, maybe someday I want to release it on a console. Sure. Why not? I mean, I would. It's just I don't believe in my success yet until I succeed, so... Consoles are later if this game does great, and if it didn't, nobody heard about anything. Can't prove a thing. I need to make children of these possessed objects if I'm gonna do it this way. It probably makes sense though, browse to asset. Dock and layout because only heathens use that drawer. I'll make a child blueprint. BP possessed chapel ish, I guess, or I just right clicked it and created that. I didn't realize I didn't move it over the thing, but yeah, you get an idea.
Really not that interesting. All I do is change the static mesh, and this is purely because I plan on, like, you know, spawning them in to avoid life hating. There are a million of you, aren't there? I also need a cross too. Well, I'm gonna want to remove the light in these ones anyway. Have I changed any numbers? New location, -27, sure. I made these with the intention of being able to just change things out as I see fit, but that doesn't really account for the ability to, it's right there. It doesn't really work for spawning it in easily. I mean, you can set it up to do that. You just want to send the information when you spawn it directly to it from whatever spawns, but I don't really want to make 9 million interfaces just so these room thingies can do that. That seems like a lot of effort. Nope. Not gonna. Ah, man. Nah. So with that selected, or 8. Including that one there because it's a different type. And 13, 14, 15 of these things. That's a lot. But what can you do? This way the H load doesn't just load them in. If everything spawns in, I'll actually be able to increase the H-load distance quite a bit for the building. I've actually toyed with putting the walls of the building in the city thing, because they would just always kind of be loaded, but that seems a little much. They might almost need an additional one that's farther away, like a third grid. It's actually not a bad idea to have a third grid. And then just load the walls at that grid. One second. Because a big problem I've been having is that I end up loading things at a greater distance because of the walls. Because you can't, you know, because you can see things not there, and I'm like, okay. But then the drawback is you gotta load all this extra crap that isn't necessarily particularly good. Like when you're standing here, it loads everything from over here because you're by the wall, and everything from over here within a range. But there's a wall in the way. So why? I don't want that. Wish there was like a line of sight H load. That'd be so much better. So much better.
Yeah, well, that was a bad decision in naming, probably. Well, maybe not that bad. Yeah, just all this crap. These walls are just literally that stuff, so that's not important to load. It kind of is, because it's buildings. I'm gonna move these off the thing anyway. Yeah, this is not even used. And the embellishments as well. I only want to load if you're close. And then the floor should probably basically be loaded much more. Almost like in the city, but I'm not sure what else would even go in there, but I figure this way. Oh, wait, I want all the doors in there too. That's right. If that doesn't work the way you want at all. So what I did is just put everything in nothing where you can't find anything anymore. That was terrible. It destroys the entire folders thing. Yeah. Let's not do that and say we did. Yeah, you gotta be careful not to move the, not to let it take the folders with, or else try to take the folders and it's like, thanks for that, bro. Like on the first floor, I don't care. Don't destroy my folders. I know it wants to. I know it really wants to. Such a terrible system where it'll do that. Move a couple of the items, move the folder with only those 2 items, and then leave the stuff just orphaned in the middle of nowhere, even though all you want to do is move the things inside the folder to somewhere else. Very weird. Okay. That should at least help. Some amount of stuff will load at a better distance, thus fixing some of the problems. I was doing this just to optimize speed. And the most exciting task anyone has ever done in their lives. That starts at 25. Gotta move it away from the others, otherwise it'll select the last one first. And I guess I could have done it in reverse order. Sure. Hoping this is approximately close enough that you can still make all the jumps. But I'll obviously run a jump test. Wish I'd done it in the correct order now. It made my life a lot easier. In reverse order, I should say, not correct order, but a reverse order would have been a lot faster. I just clicked it. Next time. Sometimes I think I just do it in a different way because the task is tedious. I make a slight variation how I do it just to make it seem a little less tedious, or keep my brain doing something. I gotta admit, this is not my favorite task. If I had to name a game dev task I didn't care much for, it would be one of them. But unfortunately, you basically have to with spawning in blueprints. Like, if you don't do this, then the age load system in blueprints is heavy. Since now you have to enter the room for these to spawn, whereas the other way, the age load system would spawn them even if you can't see them on the other side of those walls. So that's kind of a problem. I'm going to copy and then I'm going to paste the next one. I'm going to move it over a little bit. This, whoa, 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 whoa. Tasty. I was just going to move it that much. This way I can avoid having to drag them quite as far. You know? 2 to go. And I still have the crosses, of course. Those will be pretty hard to place in, really, because I'll try to angle them. Whereas these, they're just circular, so it's not that hard to random them in. Well, not random, but spawn them in. These are all relative as well, so it's a little more awkward. I'm not just grabbing it. A lot easier. Where are they? Hmm. This is size 2? Okay.
Supposedly it's supposed to spawn in. I'm missing here. I'll try to manually set it, then I have to make the new mesh that. That's the thing. Is that how it was done? It's editable. Is it setting it to nothing due to how I have that set up? Because I was originally going to use this as it'll be customized by dropping it in the world, but since we can't do that due to the fact that it's horrible to leave things spawned in the world, you know. I haven't done the crosses yet, but that's okay. We'll get to them. The game seems like it just operates faster now. I even have a thing open. I wasn't watching. I gotta test the other ones anyway. I could have made that jump, I just over jumped it, so perfectly fine. What are we doing? I'm only testing jumps. I don't need to get through all of them in one shot even. It doesn't matter to me. The whole point of this is to see if stuff's in the right location. Just so I don't create something that's impossible. Yeah, I can already see the difference in speeds, so... Welcome to optimization, everybody. Isn't it fun? This is easy, no problem. There, I hit the ceiling. Perfectly fine. I have 2 more to test. Let's spawn in, which will take a moment. Technically, to get the best possible notes, remove a bunch of crap. Once everything's spawned in, I'm not gonna lie, I mean, like, this room's always had pretty terrible FPS, so the fact that it is up to the 2025 range is not terrible. It ain't great, but this thing's been in the single digits range before, so as the problem child room. And I haven't changed those out, so it doesn't matter. Still, less things spawned in all the time is good. Do these little things do async load? I don't remember if they did. They might. I remember building them with the purpose of basically running the game. Originally, I was gonna have like goal actors so they could spawn in special things as you did things, and I haven't quite done that yet. I think I got sidetracked, and it was probably like 2 months ago I was working on that. That would be if I have things that are very specific like that. Are you not defaulting to show bubble on Zoom? Switching to DirectX changed a whole bunch of options. I can see it already. Guess Crystal Notes doesn't have a thing in there, huh? That's exciting, but not what I need. Must just be on the other one. Weird, because I could have sworn Crystal Notes had a thing on the editor preferences. Whatever. I want to see if it async loaded stuff. It most certainly does. Just so they aren't all referencing things. So I was gonna say that'd be terrible if it referenced every single thing that any of them ever referenced. Oh my god. It would be an abomination. I'm making a mess, apparently. Both in the game and, you know, with the donuts. Alright, I guess I make one for the crosses, huh? Technically I could do the Empress plants as well. Oh, wait. I closed the content drawer so I could get a more accurate FPS. Make a chalice one. I should open that. I'm done. These are going to be a lot harder to do. Wait, I want to do that because I want to drag him into the world.
It's so tiny. Yeah, same size, good. One, two, three. I don't even want to get rid of the crosses entirely and just use the other things just to avoid the extra necessary mesh, plus trying to position them in the right angle. This doesn't seem great. I could just use the little crappy plates everywhere. Keep it as a giant easy thing to keep track of. I mean, the cross gets used multiple times in the room anyway. Also the same one Poppet has on her back. Guess I'll see if I can get it close. If it copies everything the way I want it to, or if it's a problem. Hard to say what will happen. Find out. Lock up the chat. I get it move around in a second here, a little bit. Like 7 hours in and change. I got a push button on location here. E. Why is it 7 hours in already? I didn't realize it was so far into it. Wow, time flies. At least for me, I guess. I'm hoping it gets the exact rotation copied, basically. That's what I'm most worried about. Because it's a relative location, or it's a relative transform, so I don't know if that'll really copy exactly those, or if I'm going to try to do some weird guesswork crap, which is more what I expect to have happen. In which case, if that's going to be how it is, I'll just replace them. Ain't no reason to do that to myself. Go there, then I can do that, but you can keep the copy paste thing, so I can do paste this and get that. Then we just well, let's delete this one, and I guess this one too. And then let's see if it spawned in exactly the way it was supposed to or not. Yeah, without being able to visually set it up, it's just like a big guesswork game. I don't want to do that. Yeah, it did not keep the rotation at all. Yeah, it did not keep the rotation. I guess my question is, why did it keep the rotation? The transform vanished on that? Where did you go? Oh, I got undone. That's weird because it was set its position before those. So doing one shouldn't have, I should have brought the other thing back first. Did not though. It's weird that it doesn't keep the rotation. I just don't know why that's the case. A current limitation of my spawning system, no doubt. I'm curious, I'm getting the rotation of the scale. Am I? Top left, yeah. On transform array. It just adds the location of the main actor there, so this way it's a relative type of setup. But rotation should just pass over just like scale. And yet it does not. Oh. No, it does. I made a mistake on that one. Place it up there, which is dumb. RFG that. At this point, almost everything is just content and optimization. Not a lot else I need to design. Yeah, it doesn't seem to keep the rotation at all. Even though it's supposed to. Interesting. But why? Thanks for following, Sister Boss. How's it going? No, it's number 42. That's what the problem is. Stupid. I say that a lot. And, you know, it's just as true as the last time I said it. Hopefully this maintains the rotation thing there. In which case I can then spawn them all in. Spawning and jumping puzzles is weird. Gotta do what you gotta do. We're waiting, we're waiting. Ow. That's mean. I'll shoot you with cannonballs. Okay, well, I can see that it's not what I want it to be. It's gonna be, I'm gonna have to rotate it even more. It's gonna be a guesswork game, I can already tell. And I'm not about that. I ain't guessing. I should have been 4 crosses. So in reality, I think I'm just going to replace them with the dishes. Just to save my sanity. I'll add a couple more. I may potentially need another one. I probably do. They're just much longer than the other ones, so... Maybe I do. I don't even know if that's true. Actually, there's a bunch of crosses all over the place. I probably need like a million of these little things. Whoa. Guess I can jump way farther than I thought. It takes so long to spawn everything in for this test, but there's a lot in this room. Probably too much, honestly. If these objects weren't possessed, I could just use them and move in places and I wouldn't have to worry about it. Just the possessed stuff's the issue. I wonder if I can make this jump. Well, I could if I didn't catch on the lip, maybe. If this one was closer, you could probably do it pretty easy. This is easy. Problem. Yeah, so that's okay. Those are fine. You can live with that. What's still left over here? 44. Wait, these two? pretty certain one would replace this cross over here. I don't think I even need to. I'm gonna need like 3, maybe 4 to get those done. Probably 4. A lot of objects bouncing around. It's almost like I'm probably de-optimizing a bit, honestly. I have it too close, but I'm pretty sure you can jump the length of a cross pretty easy, so... I moved this one by accident? I did. Fair enough. I don't have any helpers. Are the 30 viewers fake? I don't know. I can only say that the over the last like couple weeks, actually almost 3 weeks, YouTube has just been handing me more and more viewers. They never talk. So I think that a lot of them are literally just people who get like auto-fed to me because they're like have just let it autoplay. That's my guess. Or YouTube's got my back and wants me to get monetized. Take your pick, you know? I'll accept either or. Me, you know? They want me to get monetized, I ain't gonna stop them. YouTube being a homie. This actually works out better than the crosses. The crosses were kind of crap, but its speed is horrific. Of course, I also have them things open on the side, so
I would need to close those in order to get the real proper
FPS. Yeah, that's much better. Oh, that was close. I could have grabbed that ledge though and got up there though, so it's even easier. I might make that last thing a little easier. This is supposed to be the first stream to get it, I guess. Also, it's cold to let them fall here. Like, it is rude.
working, but only 20 minutes left for leaving. So yeah, here's me being lazy. That's fair. I don't want this hard work thing. Also, up to 30 viewers on YouTube. 35 concurrent, it says. Now 34 now. Yeah. I'm just saying. Like, YouTube being a homie. Pretty much. I may want to tone down how many things are even in this room. There's just so many of these things. But you need a bunch of them in order to really travel that far with it. But you're still getting like 25 FPS in the room that's terrible. And now this should vastly improve the FPS of this room, because this room no longer has all that crap loading. Or at least it should improve it some. Vast might be a strong word, but that it's spawning all the crap it's supposed to in here. You can spawn everything again. Yeah, look, we're sitting okay. Still not amazing, but the H load's still going to spawn things in over here. It's just not going to spawn everything. So every time you get near one of the walls, oh, okay, that near that wall's good times apparently. So I mean, the FPS isn't that bad, honestly. Anytime we're in the green and I'm streaming and it's not even packaged, that's solid. Okay. God, that's such an abomination to look at. This is another room that probably needs to be changed like crazy. Oh yeah. I might try to package it like for our next stream, and I'll do like, I want a testable version around so that when people show up for like a raid, I can just play the packaged version instead. These are the things I was supposed to fix from the last one. More visible ground light. I threw a cube down on the ground. I'll think about the temperance thing. I gotta fix the cannonball issue. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty good optimizations today. Like I said, at the start of the day, this used to crash the stream. And the engine too, obviously. And it doesn't anymore. I haven't tested this room since. This could crash it as well, potentially. I don't think so, though. I think that it was DirectX 12 being DirectX 12. This room is also incredibly heavy, too, so... But there'll be some things I can do to improve that by turning these meshes into cool things like that. That also helps. Like I said, it's probably the only thing I miss about having not having DirectX 12 enabled, and that's the ability to use nanite in order to look at things, because now I can't do a nanite visualization, right? I can't do this anymore. As you can see, it does a literal nothing because nanite's not enabled, so it doesn't help. So I wish there was another mode, basically, because that's what I want. I want a different mode to actually do these things.
without nanite. But they seem to be really, you know, hype on nanite, and good for them, I guess. I wonder if there is an option. Let me check real fast. No engine. Show, draw, call. That's fair. Stat scene rendering. I mean, you know, you have just like only small areas you have to make. You don't have to worry about optimization at all. That seems pretty good to me. There's draw count. Okay, that's not as useful as the other thing was. The other one was visual, and that's what I want. Yeah. Well, here's the thing that they don't really tell you. But if you make regular levels in UE, and they are an open world, the regular levels have really high disk space usage. And that's because the way it does it is it takes the levels and it packs all the static meshes and everything into it, even though they're in the project. Whereas with the open world levels, it puts them all in a separate pool and doesn't do that. So an open world level will be, you know, a few megabytes, and that same level as a regular thing would be multiple gigabytes. You almost want to make a bunch of tiny little open world thingies, even though you don't need the fact they're an open world. It's really weird that it does that, but oh, I noticed in UE4, it's like, there's a way around this? Yeah, the instant open world thingy is very nice, so I don't have to make that. Very nice. Is there any other place I can optimize by putting the crap inside the thingy? I mean, I've been doing that just about everywhere. I haven't put the Empress plants now. I guess I could. These emit so much light that I don't know if I like the fact that it's here, but I kind of wanted a control panel here. Part of me thinks I should turn the control panel off. Weird, I know, right? Like maybe I don't want it on. I'm slowly building it, just by adding crap in there. Yeah, exactly. A recyclable level would be pretty good. The open world requires a lot of optimization. I guess there's all these I can do too. All these are rotated though. That's gonna be a pain. I mean, I guess it don't matter too much. I think I just rotate it just for funsies. I don't think it makes much difference because I think they're close enough that you could just easily do it. I haven't put those cubes in yet either. A lot of the things are pretty optimized though. Then there's all these thingies in the library, which I haven't put in the thing yet. I don't know if one of those ones or not because of the fact that it might be kind of awkward doing this from there. Maybe, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing with this room yet. I was making some weird thing up here, and yeah, it's kind of why I stopped on some of these. I'm running out of good ideas for random generic rooms like these, basically.
I need to make some. That's why I started switching to a different concept for the other area. Because there's only so many ways I'm like going, what am I going to do with these here? This is going to get dull real quick. Fun for the first like hour and a half, but I think if it went much longer, it'd be pretty bad. I'll take a power break real fast for a bit. I miss anything? YouTube's just popping off. It's weird. There's like 44 people on it watching. But they never talk. But I have 8 likes now, man. So someone must be watching. Like really legitimately watching. Very strange. I guess I just leave these in here. It's really hard to rotate them the way I want without being able to see them, which will be pretty tough. My spawn method is not the best, but I don't know. This whole room needs to be optimized later too, because it's all splines, but anyway, I'm gonna fix the bugs that I had first. I need to go down my list of what it needs to get for a demo and start focusing on that instead of just going off on tangents, which, I mean, optimization is not a tangent. Today was make that room work so it didn't crash the stream over and over, which I think is a pretty reasonable goal. That just seems pretty important. You thought it crashed the stream 3 times in a row of one day. Pretty nuts. Yeah, so let's fix this cannonball problem, and then I want to put another weapon in before you fight Patrick. And Temperance is probably the most logical one to put in. But I just gave you the Empress. But I didn't give you an ability to fight with the Empress. I just gave you the Empress. Feels really weird to give you another tarot card so fast. Because the way it is right now, you go to the Magician room, then there's one room off with the Toy Maze where you don't get a tarot card. And there's the waiting room, which is another off, then the control room. So that's a few rooms, I guess. But then you have another cards given out at the Empress, and then you go back to... Well, actually, then from the Empress, maybe there's more rooms than I think there is. Because from the Empress room, like with the Sapphire room, you can get... there's the machinery room and the pump room you can go into. You can get the upgrade to the Empress right there. Then you go over to Patrick. And then after that, you go to the chapel, and that is where you get the next one. So that's actually a surprising amount of rooms. Should there be a room between for Temperance, though? I mean, I got to give out 66 abilities, right? I have places for them. Unless I make it where you can level up the abilities instead, just by collecting something, which would be different than what I'm currently doing, but would allow for more potential upgrades and the one you actually like. Because with 66, you're just kind of limited on, you know, wherever things are, you know? Be kind of a Easter egg hunt to try to find all the different tarot pieces. All the different versions of each card. The thing is I don't like to have them without some sort of little altar to represent them. Which I don't know why I decided to do that, because now I gotta make one for everything, and that's a lot. I gotta make 22 different altars basically for the initial version of the card. Well, I could put it in the Sapphire room because the Sapphire room is so big that what if instead of being an upgrade up here, this is where it was? Because hear me out, you know, it is here. There's this big long path to get to it. It's completely optional. Up here I can, like, currently I have like bubbles and the little octopus thing as what it is. So I could have a giant one of the octopus thingies sitting here. And like little bubbles floating around, I guess. Would be reasonable. And then you have reason to go this way, and I wouldn't forget this exists because the number of times I've gone through this room and forgotten this is even up here is huge. But it's a really long, convoluted way to go for a small upgrade. I mean, it's a sanity upgrade. There aren't many of them, yeah, so far. I'm gonna take the sanity upgrade and put it inside the other. I think I like this idea. Okay. Alright. Alright, I talked myself into it. You know, it occurs to me that what do we have right here but wings, right? What was I looking for previously for the little Cupid thingy? Wings. They're from a statue. You know, when I told you to find the location, maybe I'm just missing it. Oh, there. Yeah, they're the wings from the statue here. It's like, except for you can go without the statue if you want. We could appear on her back and she could run around with a bow instead. But they don't move, they're just a statue, so I don't know about that. I don't even like this particular one for Sandy. I just haven't found anything better. Make the sphere collision a bit. I'm just gonna shrink the whole thing. Oh, never mind, there's a new size. Oh, it's already on that. Okay, well, there you go.
Which one is Temperance? I don't remember anymore.
It's just the garbage people. I heard loud banging outside. They just pick up the trash cans. But at 5:38 a.m., it's kind of weird to hear loud banging outside. So, you know, I was like, maybe I should take a look and see. Probably. So Temperance is 14. And if I decide Temperance needs to be harder to get, I can just put some sort of additional blockade here that stops you from getting it unless you have something else. Otherwise, we got water. So at least it's got bubble thingies going on, and I don't think it needs to be a projectile so much. Could just be bubbles that kind of float up that you can jump on for some reason. Could just have a permeable bubble that you just go through. Like I could actually, a sphere. That should be completely life-hating. Okay, let's get rid of this nav mesh. It's already going to calculate and take forever as is. I don't think I need a nav mesh to increase the level of life-hating. I'm going to go ahead and just delete this first here. Because I didn't have glass selected when I did it. And I don't want to try to get glass on every single side because I'm sure I'll accidentally miss some. I have been recycling the same glass material for the most of the thing here. Or one of the two glass materials, just to avoid a lot of extra materials for no reason. Probably fine, actually. Like a dome up here.
Did it actually figure out the surfaces on this thing here? It did. Okay, so it looks like that. It's not very spherical at that point, I think. A bit better. What we do is we did this. This sounds like a temperance music if I've ever heard one. Like slowing it down. Oh, I see. I have to. It's obviously solid when we're smoking, duh. If that be the case, actually, wait a second. Do that. No. This way you can go inside it, but I need to dupe this one. I don't really see inside it very well. That's depressing. Hmm. Can't you see inside? You can see like a little one like that, but inside of the shape is nothing. It's not double-sided. Well, at least I can see it for a second, so. Because you can see inside like the cubes and stuff like that, so that's why I'm like, hey, wait a minute, why is there no walls? And you sort of came from this direction, right? No. I mean, a little. There's definitely something there. Only because I made it that. So I guess you can see it, it's just really terrible and hard to see. But a thingy inside it make it impossible not to see. Oh god. That is atrocious to look at, by the way. Then you enter the sun. Alright, well I'm taking a picture of that because when I make one for the sun, I think we all know what's going to happen. And probably for the moon as well. Right? Can we all agree that's what's going to happen? That when you go to the sun, this is where it's going to be in one of these looking things? Ah. Yeah. You're going to take a trip to the sun. I'll screenshot that though. This could be genius technology here. YouTube going wild. Like the auto plays on YouTube. I don't know, but people watching for a lot of time on YouTube, so. I gotta hurry up and get like 1 million subs on YouTube. By 1 million, I mean like 700. So I can get monetized. In fact, the last month I've already had like 1,900 watch hours. Which is nuts. It's always transparent, but not super ridiculous. Wait. Well, that's kind of neat. Right? I admit though, I probably don't need 2 materials. I could just have this, both of them, and that's the same thing. Oops. Kind of weird though because it's got little triangles. I don't know if I like it because it's got little triangles and it's bizarre and weird. Whoa. The Temperance Igloo has welcomed you. I'm going to trim the bottom, obviously, so I don't care about that, because I can just as easily grab another geometry brush. Obviously, need to tweak these things here. Fair enough, I don't care. Once I merge all together, I can also just assign it all the same color too, so it doesn't really matter. If I do that, but what it does matter is this performance is horrific. And I do need to fix that part. So we take this and we negative this. I want all these to be exactly the same thing. Even if I don't know if I want to use this particular one. It's gonna be the little temperance bubble. I don't know if I want the water pouring into it or not. Maybe. I can grab all of them. Can't get all Jasons. Actually looks kind of cool from the outside, doesn't it? And inside it's all drab. Might be hard to miss. Maybe you just don't look up. Maybe you're just like, listen, I have my neck issues and I cannot look up. I mean, to be fair, I have neck issues and there are plenty of ways I don't like looking. You read up on the Temperance Tarot card. Tarot card meanings. Before I finalize this whole concept here. Balance, peace, patience, moderation, calm, tranquility, harmony, surrender. That seems reasonable. I had +1 subs today on YouTube. Just like another 683 to go before monetization. I think this will work for this. It's possible I want something a little different as far as like, if you look up there, you're gonna see that. How can you miss that? I don't know if I want the whole, you know, friggin' that to be a thing, right? It's almost like too much. Like it calls your eyes to it, and then how are you gonna... Okay, it kind of looks like a moon. Hear me out. Right? Doesn't it look like a little moon? I'm sure the FPS is awful now because I put that in there, but it looks like a little moon. Not the real moon, but I have so many plans for doing exactly this, but in the moon room. All adjacent. What's this one look like? Maybe less horrifically blinding. That's also kind of cool looking, honestly. Might save the moon look for something else, you know? Like one more too. Trouble is you can't really click it unless you're clicking on something else that's pushing off of it, right? Like that, yeah. Or I should do this. To get a better idea of what it looks like. Well, that's definitely a cool looking room. Hey. That looks cool even from here. Are we gonna pretend like you can actually get the collision on this thing to work? Because I don't think you can. I guess I could see what this would look like. Unless I put it in a blueprint, that would be pretty much impossible to get the collision I want. Even that'd be really hard.
Sometimes you just have to accept complex as the choice of champions. We'll give it a shot. Alright. Old college try.
That is weirdly better than I was expecting. It's a lot better than I was expecting, actually. Huh. I don't get it, you know? You put one hole in a wall and it's like, I can't figure out what to do with this, but you make a weird dome thing with like a million sides and it's like, oh yeah, I got your back.
I actually don't think that even saves much, though.
And the Emperor doesn't work too well for jumping on top of something like that. And battery low messages. How many sides does this really save though? Like, I mean, look at how many things that is. Is that really less shapes than complex? I highly doubt it. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't know if it is or not. Because the other one just was so many as well. So I really don't know if I think that that's true. At some point you just assume complex and move on.
Especially when your collision's better.
Gotta replace my earbuds. They're getting battery low, but I want to look at things. Sure. 1 second.
Yeah, it's so perfect for Temperance. Even though I don't like the track particularly at all, for this one time I guess I can play. As I try to figure out what else to do with Temperance here. It is kind of cool though. I'm gonna see what it looks like from down here. Really loud in my ears. That's kind of cool looking up there, I'm just saying.
Thus, the coolest looking room in the game gets a little bit cooler every single time. I'll put like an angel thing in here. I don't know if that would be any cool or not. Probably not. Everything else is so colorful, and then this thing looks kind of like meh. Meh. But maybe. Try to trade you. Go fight the nothing. Just go through this nice little pathway here. Like never-ending story in here. Step into the water. Death awaits you. Maybe. I don't need that many mushrooms. These just mushrooms emit light, so. It's a little demon head, so. I see. Right. This track is like if the Pink Panther was a gangster. That was my first thought. My thoughts are weird. Yeah. Don't worry, someday someone will believe you're a pimp. Just saying. Someday. I don't know, you can have gold chains, some really ugly outfits. Stand on a street corner. You're a bunch of attractive looking women who you don't even have to necessarily be like, you know, even talking to. And maybe, just maybe. Not sure it has to be a mental game at all if you just have enough money. Nothing's a mental game anymore. Be rich, smile. Don't be poor, duh. The answer to everything. Maybe instead of these little statues, I should have little toys in here. Oh wait, that hat's not from it. Angels, cups, religions. Okay, fair enough. I keep meaning to make statues of my characters in the world, like gods in the world and everything, just so I could have them in there as little religious icons instead of these random ones. But I haven't done it yet. Yeah. I can put the octopus plushie in here. It's like these two angels worshiping their god, the octopus plushie. It'd be funny if literally it just sits there and wants you to stay and talk to it. That's all it wants. You just talk to it. It gives you a little test for temperature. You have to sit there and wait and listen to it talk. And then when it finally is done, then you get the temperance card. What do you even do when the octopus plushie eyes you like that? There's true horror in those eyes. It's seeing things. First off, you can fall between these in a way that's a problem. I don't like that. I guess it's fortuitous I figured that out. Oh yeah, it's the kill plane that makes it the funny color. Oh god, it's coming for us all. Now you should be able to fall between that pretty easy. Why, hello there. Oh no! Can I fall between? Yeah. Okay, that turned out way better than expected. I was not expecting temperance to be so easy and to just work out. Also, I'll be right back. I'm going to go to this other map here.
I have no idea what that means. Invalid age load layers. What's going on here, buddy? Oh, fair enough. Uploading things. I'm gonna duplicate this. That's just the song. Oops. We're singing Cotton Eye Joe now. Oh my god. I ain't heard that in forever. You may continue. Whoa. That's crazy looking. I gotta see it at night, even though I'm not gonna keep it. It's just crazy looking. And I'm just down to see crazy. I want a space scene above this. Hmm. Oops. Look at that party going on there. Jeez. I mean, I hate it, but it's crazy looking. Like bumping there, yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh. Kind of too much like the other one. Whoa. The shining crystal thing in the center can't even compare to the ridiculous walls. Like a kaleidoscope room. These earbuds are so much louder than the other ones. Stuff has no meaning here. The world is different. It is not the same. Oh. No psychedelics. Doesn't really look like a moon, you know? Even though it's supposedly an MI moon thingy. Probably because it's 9 million shapes though, so I can't really fault it. Run up to the moon. Pretty much another guy, pretty much. Going to the moon, don't you know? It all started because temperance. And now the moon. Do not question the moon. You enter the moon and the card awaits you. The moon. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Moon is feisty. It's a party. I ain't long been streaming. 8 hours and 50 minutes? Well, fair enough. I think the real reason I'm streaming is not really that there's a lot of people watching me on Twitch. It's that if you look over on YouTube, there are 54 people watching me. I'm just saying, with numbers like that, look at the watch hours. 192 views at 55, almost 56 minutes per. Oh, watch hours. So as you can see, I may love everyone on Twitch too. YouTube's just decided to bless me with people, and I can always use all the extra watch hours to maybe get monetized some year. I just need like 683 more subs, that's all. Barely anything. That's what you're talking about.
Not sure I want a pirate city in this area anymore for the lunar room. I think I'm going to make some sort of crazy lunar landscape here. I need is like stars up here, so I think I have stars as an option. Let me double check that. Oops, stars. Stars. Try to fab and check for some free stars. Not really. I'll figure out some material that lets me do that, and I'll just put a fake ceiling in this room with stars. And I'll put lots of rocks and everything like that, make it smooth. Did it? I don't think so. I haven't seen you crash. Says I've been going for 8 hours and 54 minutes on Twitch. And, you know, that long on YouTube as well. An hour ago? I didn't say anything about a crash an hour ago. Wait, what? The crash right at the very start of the stream, briefly. That didn't last. I was actually able to recover, not that that made any difference. I literally started the stream by testing it, trying to crash it. Ah. Which do be bugging. Try to design the moon stuff tomorrow. Kind of want to tonight, but I was trying to be good and work only on the map that mattered, but I saw the cool moon idea and I was like, well, I know what I'm doing for the moon and the sun now. All because of the temperance altar. As you can see, I made a temperance altar. It's like sitting up here doing its little dopey thing here. Hiding up there. And all you have to do is find your way up here. As soon as you get the Empress, you can get it. Hope you're looking. And it has the octopus plushie. Yes. I think I might actually just have the water going over there instead of having this pipe. I almost think this water makes no sense when I could just have it like right here. But then how you have to jump on it without getting caught, I guess. It seems kind of awkward. I have to raise the water up too. I don't know how good that is, because that's a literally dump it right there and have water coming in there. Is that really better than having the pipe that goes out? Maybe I just had it leaking out of the bottom anyway. I don't have the pipe sticking there, up in it. And it just looks like the water sneaks out the bottom. That's reasonable. Oops. Hey, CO. How's it going? See, I made a new altar for temperance. Very exciting. That's weird looking. It looks up totally, it hides it. Strange. Huh, wonder why it does that. Huh. Oh. Nice. Well, hopefully it's not an appointment that's anything serious, right? Get your little temperance from here. I see. Well, everyone's got to have a hobby, right? Warp freezing. It's definitely a thing. Oh yeah, I haven't even enabled all the tarots. Because I yeah, I didn't remember all the ones I was supposed to enable. Like the moon's all three of the moon exist. I swear I should have enabled the like I had a look for, I have a look for the devil. I just don't actually have anything for the death and devil that really do anything yet. I have looks for him, so that's why I have select them. I have nothing for the hanged man, the tower, judgment, and the world yet. I gotta think long and hard about how I want the world to look, because it's gotta be something special for the last of the, you know, like the final tarot. One I ain't gonna give you until you found all 21 other tarots. I'm not sure how hard each one's gonna be. I just know the levers is gonna be probably the hardest one before the world itself.
Myth Night Online. But every night online's wonderful. I love nights online. I just get to sit here and do game dev all day. I guess all night. And then regret all my life choices when I have to do work the next day. And then go back to doing it again the next night. It's just the way of the world, you know? Save my picture for what the Sun Tarot's altar will probably look like. You know, where it looks like a sun. I'm just saying. Perfect. Won't be here, but if it doesn't look like a little mini sun, is it really the Sun Tarot? Could have sworn another one was enabled here. I know I haven't done it for the Hangman. I originally was going to use it for death. Not for death, for double jump, but I didn't. Like a rope yanking pop it up, but the problem was it just didn't look good. Yep. Nice. Yeah, I always browse all the Discords when I'm not streaming. I don't really ever look at Discords when I'm streaming much, unless it's my Discord and I'm welcoming in someone. In which case I welcome them and then go right back to streaming. I stream too much. Maybe not enough. I don't know. Every minute I stream counts for 53 minutes on YouTube right now. Just a thought for you. And so I was like, hey, wait a minute. That'll get my watch time up there. I'm really trying to get monetized on there. What else is it going to fix? So what game are you going to play? Like, what are your options, I guess? I suppose I could look. I mean, I'm not really doing anything. Yeah, pardon. Vote for a game. We only have two options. Alright. We picked Minecraft last time. We'll do FNAF this time. I had a key for this. We're not adding temperance there. But I did add temperance. I need a key for this box though, somewhere. It does not have to be before the box appears. It can easily be any time after. And it might be. I might make it come back. Nice, nice. There's already one in this room, so I don't want too many in the same room. I can also hide something over here. There's so many spaces to hide something in the library. It seems like it should be two rooms so badly. Like library 1 and library 2. Did I do that? Library 1, library 2? I don't know about that. Really hard to get the character back over, so it's pretty bad. Oh, wait. Oh, I might have made that impossible. Sure, why not? So,
I have it set up where this thing will unspawn the characters if we get too far away, but there's a character right here. The toy you're supposed to get over to here. But she won't be able to go beyond here for long because as soon as you get to it right around here, it'll start despawning everything, including her. Which actually means... yeah, this can't work. Because if I make her a part of this one, as soon as you cross over here, she'll despawn. It doesn't matter which way you go.
Damn, I didn't think about that one. I didn't think about that at all. I also still need to place one more key. My little Easter egg hunt here. You gotta have a key somewhere in here.
I swear, when it comes to keys, this game is going to be all like that Easter egg hunt I used to have with my grandparents, you know, when we were kids, where they basically had so many kids there, they had to hide eggs everywhere, and you were just tripping over the eggs. There were so many of them. And everybody was racing to find the eggs, because they had little plastic eggs, and some of them had money in them. Everyone was looking for the money ones, because you're only allowed to get so many. Throw them all back and get the money ones. Greed is good. I guess it'll sit here for now. Oh, the band invader came back. Beautiful. They're like little sheep viewers. I'm like, nope. Sorry, I'm good. So I have a key for that. The temperance problem is solved. I think I have enough tarot cards for this first area at this point. Like, you've gotten a second weapon, so you're not going to get really bored of just always having the Fool. And you can get it before you go through the machinery room and the pump room. So there's a couple rooms for potentially Patrick if you want. Really seems like there's too many things in the room, so I haven't even put all the collectibles in yet. But this room is so huge. It's the biggest room in the game, so it's like the equivalent of 4 rooms. Even after splitting it up, it's still huge. Oh yeah. I wipe out the bots all the time. I get them multiple times a night, and whenever your viewer count's below 10 on something, it tends to do that. And on Twitch, I mean, my viewership's been going up, but there are definitely points in the night where it does go below 10. They're not that far below 10 anymore. I think it's down my average viewers is now at 8.4, but definitely gone up a bunch over time.
That's fair. Yeah. I don't know, I'm just getting... It's working out pretty well. Like tonight the average use is 10. Yesterday it was 12, 13 before, 16 before. A lot of it's raids. If I keep getting raided, I tend to, you know, have a lot of that sort of thing. But otherwise... But it's not that big of a deal. They always, I get like 1 or 2 a night. I'm just looking at that YouTube thing in shock at how many people are currently on it. Alright, so we've done this last one here, and that just leaves the cannonballs thingy. That's fair. Well, a lot of it's just discoverability. Like, you might have good content, but that doesn't mean anyone's gonna see you over so many other people. And really, if it wasn't for Fox, I don't think I would have even got monetized anytime soon. 100%, I owe him a lot. Because the fact that, you know, it's just like... He was like the first person to really raid me all that often. Like, I mean, I got raided a couple times before that, but... It was very unusual. And, yeah. So if you don't have people raiding into you, it's pretty hard. At least to get initially noticed. I gotta vanish these projectiles a little bit earlier. That's fair. I'll still be here. Doing my usual thing. Living my best thug life. I'm just fixing everything from the playthrough earlier. And then adding some things like temperance. Been a weirdly productive day, solving a lot of problems and also getting rid of DirectX 12. That makes me so happy. I hate DirectX 12. I hate it so much. That's a little better. I wish I was destroyed a little faster, though. DirectX 12 and I, we aren't on speaking terms. No.
There's not even time here in here at this point. It's just literally a bunch of things it has to go through to see if it actually needs to destroy something. So it's kind of a... kind of a problem. Maybe it's this one here because it's stopping. Much better. It just looked really bad before. Yeah. That problem. Where's this picked up at so I know I can get it if it's available? I had to start, perfect. Pretty much running the zombie. I cleaned your whole house? I think you were more productive than I was. But I had more fun. Oh, 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 oh. I'm still fixing problems from when I ran a test earlier a million years ago. And I I'm on the last one, actually. I got sidetracked by optimizing. NPCs were not saved. We'll just become super Poppet, the chosen one. Yes, super Poppet. I made the system to unlock everything, so I don't have to manually do it whenever I'm testing, or to lock it all. So I can feel like the chosen one every once in a while. By activating it and having all the abilities. It's kind of a lot of abilities at that point. Every single purple represents having another version of the card, so. But I haven't programmed all those, but it's just easier to unlock them all, or lock them all, than it is the other way around. So let's do that. No picking up people in the painting world. Rude. Last time I picked up the character, it literally locked the game so I couldn't move. Got a load of save. Creepy and weird. Perfect. Oop. Bug is gone. Right. Well, now that Wheel of Fortune has a different ability here, I'm keeping all these items. I wanted random dice effects, but the simple reality was having to program so many random effects when having to program so many abilities already seems insane. I ended up doing this one. Reversing the effects of light dark. I'm not going to use this for Wheel of Fortune, but I gotta design a lot more abilities, right? Because about these all unlocked. I like no bugs too. So like this and this one don't do anything yet, and the rest of them all have something they do for all those. So I need 3 stars for each one, or 3 little orbs for each one. I have a long way to go. I'm gonna screenshot that. I can remind myself what I need. Hmm.
I had to make some way to make like a little pistol cool. I thought about dual wielding pistols, but the issue is that I don't have animations for it. So yeah, I don't have animations for it. I ain't hand making nothing. I don't gotta. Mm. None of these seem that great to me. Maybe these off the top because I don't care about these specifically. These are more of optional things I can do. Well, technically this already does this, but I don't like that it has all static abilities. Like, there's no reason to equip it, and I don't like that. I want you to have to equip every one of them, so I probably need to trade those out. So double dash and air dash might come off other things, or maybe I could, oh, sorry, double jump might come off one thing, and air dash might come off another. Because I kind of want to give every one of them like a traversal type of thingy, and then every one of them like two weapon abilities or something. Obviously the magician's a little more traversal happy than the others, but it still has an active ability of picking things up and dragging them places, and, you know, opening doors. It's an active thing to do. It also doesn't have a wand or anything yet. You'd think it would by now. It's one of the oldest abilities. It just has a hat. No weapon. There could be a wand with the hat on it. The pinnacle of lazy, the wand with the hat. I considered firing out like cards you could jump on. It's magic. It's always magic. Yes. You're required to let your people in. I see. Well, that's a weird law. Yes, random people on the internet. I must tell you things. Why register? That's a good question. Why would you register for something like that? Sounds a little weird. I wouldn't register for something like that, but I guess I'm strange. Am I going to use anything else in these areas? Poppable balloons? Maybe. Popping's fun.
Huh, I guess that bug does still exist. I remember once I heard a story about that happening to some guy in the city I lived. I live in California, and California sucks, so that's all you need to know. That's right. Not what I want. This is still the old crap version. It's okay, this character's so blasé and stupid. But no, it's not. So... Oh, here we go. Never did program any kind of a jump scare thingy. I think I just switched to player dead. It just fixes a bug temporarily and I don't care about the rest of it, so... I'm just gonna break it intentionally because I don't feel like dealing with it. Oh. I have to do so much more with this map. Also, make the enemies smarter so that there's less of them, but it's really fun when the enemies are just, you know, things you get to mow down. I'd also be interested to set up a system where, like, there's some sort of controller
Thing that controls all the enemies in the area and runs their behaviors. What would that be like? Would it be more efficient for the one event to run them all? They all have different behaviors. I'm sorry, the one blueprint to run them all? I guess it would technically still be one event, because it would just be probably looping through a bunch of crap. And then just telling the enemies to go places? Seems like that'd be hellish to time. You'd also have to get every enemy there and have different planets. I'd have to be like one enemy with every single AI, basically, right? But the bosses? Because I'd have the boss just run itself, obviously. That seems like insane to make one AI that did them all. Then at that point, well, I guess he'd still be programmed all at once. It would just be each AI is moved by that thing. They'd have to have their own individual numbers or something like that. Like, because, you know, normally I don't think my program is really a problem per se, but I'm not gonna lie, if you have like 14 enemies in a room and they're all doing something like with their own code, pretty much. I'm just contemplating how one would do it. Because there could always be a central controller unit that's just active at all times. And whenever an enemy spawns in, they could report themselves to the central control unit. And then the central control unit would only need like what type the enemy is, which you could get off the enemy's tags. And then from there, it could actually just do all the abilities for it. As far as thinking, it would just send a command to do something particularly to it. I wonder if that would even be more efficient. I mean, if it just commanded it to, it's the one that, it'd basically be running the decision trees for it. Like, it would just be running the action portion, or that portion there, and nothing else. So let's say we take a little Stitch Voodoo here. It would just be running this section here to the side. And then it would basically tell it a name to do, what to do. Yeah, hive mind thing. So tell it to name what to do, and then it would just send it to this, and this thing would probably have an actions thingy that just did it. So it would skip this. I don't know how much that would save, right? All it would do is eliminate this chain of crap every time. And then the one would have to run through all the events and move them around. But it'd be one thing running its event all the time and then just telling them what to do, as opposed to them all running this, you know, looping crap. And then them all being told what to do, they're figuring out what to do from there. So I have to restructure this so it just had these as named abilities. Basically like my previous one. And then the central controller would be like, okay, I do this. And then all the NPCs would need to report and start. So I'd probably on BP NPC change it so that they all report. And then from there it would have to I get the feeling it would just be this hugely branching thing where it would be like, okay, well, so let's just start making this. Let's just, there's no need for this to be like a conceptual anything, right? We call this like the BP Master Controller. Puppet Master, perfect. All right, let's be a little more on brand, right? You have a character behaviors. Try to create a custom event. Yeah, you can't link a custom event. Like you have to do it like that. Sure. Control puppets, we'll say. Puppet array. Actors. I can control the gameplay tags from here too. Or what I want to do. Look at I can just do that. I'm gonna switch one of them to like, I'm gonna watch them control the things with that. I'll just see how it goes. So enemy type, I guess, or yeah. You're right. You're right. I guess I'll call this Ditch Bitey. Or just a Bitey, actually. I guess because that one's a Stitch Voodoo Dolls because of that, but yeah, you always call him a Bitey. Sure. Command puppet. Morning, we 3D CC. Yeah, long stream. Yeah. Man.
I was considering what it would be like to have a master controller, or basically a master puppeteer event who sits there and orders the other enemies around, thus reducing the overhead of needing to go in a constant loop. Oh, cool. One of my orders arrived at a warehouse. Excellent. A lot of food that don't agree with me today. Steaks were made. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to break character behaviors here. What we want is this thinking graph here. What we don't want is all these, right? Can act. There's already a can act. Command obeyed. There we go. Actually, the washing's also done? I see, but you're not commanding puppets with your free time. Mistakes were made, clearly. You were commanding puppets with your free time. Saying. Come on. Wait. Brush makes you look bad. What's up with this productivity crap? That's weird. Okay, so what I need is... Or maybe it should just be can act. I guess obeyed is fine. Wow. Busy. Fair. I'll take this set of commands here and run back to the Puppet Master. I'm gonna call this like puppet info and type info. And it's gonna return
Things like is dead. Can act. Busy. Maybe just command evade, honestly. Maybe not. The command evade, I want to think at the end it says they can do that. $36 clean house must be nice. Try to do it that fast. That was over 206 hours of watch time on that YouTube stream tonight. So many watch hours from one stream. Now I just need 1 million more subs. One day. That's the secret. And is she cute? Important questions that need to be asked here. I'm gonna leave this puppet info thing as... I typed it on the wrong one. Nice. That's fair. Man, puppet. Yeah. Almost 10 hours into the stream. What am I making right now? I'm trying to figure out how to build a master controller. Perfect timing for that. 10 out of 10. Best choice I could ever make. Yeah. It's fair. Pesky bugs. Let's just jump forwards. Yeah, the baby wipes are awesome. Well, I mean, just hand sanitizer, but wipes like that. If they have these antibacterial hand wipes at the dollar store, and I just clean everything with them. It's super easy.
Launch, attack, and attack, right? I'm only doing this with one, so I can have an idea if it's actually a thing or not. Go back to this here. Move this off to the side for a second. I mean, they could damage wooden surfaces, I guess. I don't see any alcohol in them, though. Probably too cheap for alcohol in the first place. Okay, well, $1.50 for a pack of 500 is better than I'm getting. It's like $1.25 for like 50. It's terrible. Worst deal ever. I almost need like instructive information about each of the characters. Would need to like almost hand itself that over. Right? Because what does it really need to execute all these commands? It needs to basically have all the variables of these things and send them over. So it basically needs to connect up to this, and then it needs to calculate distance anyway, so control puppets would then be like this. I don't know if I need a sequence per se. Or each. Should be this. Get oop element. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think it just loops around. Yeah, because I'm going to need... This chair is sitting too long. So... I'll take a bar break real fast. Be right back.
Hey, Brett, it's now. Catch you later, Ronnie. So, I need to know if it's aggro. And it needs to harvest that information each time, so... But it's going to do that before all that crap. It could store it all in a struct, I guess. The puppet just has the actors, so it could just keep getting the information every time it needs to. But it has to get the information every time anyway, right? Because it can change, right? Yeah, this should probably be acceptable enough. So puppet info gets called right here. Puppet info message. It gets called right here. Collapse nodes. It's spiky graph. I'm really loath to use a struct because the problem with structs is that they wait. These could be gameplay tags. I don't even need to harvest this crap, do I? Yeah, wait. I don't need to do that. Yeah, compile. Sure, whatever, I don't care. Happy now? Because these are all, whenever you have booleans, you can actually just have a gameplay tag to replace them for the most part. Well, dead's already on there. An act. Is aggro. Command obeyed, I don't know if I want to do that with. Status dot is aggro. Wait, you have to restart in order to change that thing? No, that's insane. I'm not doing that. I'll just delete the tag and make a new one. Pretty good, Finbudev. I got excited by messing with something, so now I'm working on that, even though I probably should have stopped streaming a while ago, but it's like 10 hours in. But I'm trying to make a master controller. Or at least I have a concept of how to make a master controller thing that basically moves all the enemies around for me instead of having them all have to run a bunch of their own things. So hopefully it's way more efficient. I'm also just curious about it. I'm also farming hours on YouTube at the same time to try to get monetized, so. Which I'm doing pretty good. There's like 41, and there's like a lot of views time. So I need 4,000 watch hours in a year to get monetized there, which just means more money for the game. I bet I gotta farm subs on YouTube to get it. Do I need a command to bait? I think that's all I really want, right? Busy is enough. I don't need a command to bait, right? Because once they're done with busy, they can just uncheck busy. Yeah, I don't need this. Chat inspired you to clean? That's fair. Chat's doing the good deeds, yo. Yeah, I can do this without. I don't need this. Actually, I don't even need dead. I just have can act, so. Animations can be rough. There's a reason I don't tend to do a lot of them myself if I could avoid it. Like, I'll edit some of them if I have to, but. I think can act is all I need. I'm pretty certain that's all I need to have reported back, because off of that one thing I can tell what I need to do, right? Oh, nice. You're doing the rigging and everything, huh? Not just moving stuff around? It's even more work, yeesh. I gotta calculate distance to the thing there. You're right, I need that. You right. This could actually be on the Master Controller event too. Um, well, tags are shared across everything. So if I create a tag, then I can give that same tag to anything in the game. You're gonna just have that tag. I can just look for things like that. It's a lot easier to send the information back and forth because I don't have to individually, like, you know, interface everything. Like, instead of having an interface that has like each of these things, I can just have a gameplay tag for this stuff, and then on this thing here I can just get the gameplay tags. Like, I have an interface that gets the gameplay tags, and I just store that, and now I have every single one of the things all at once, so it's a lot faster than getting everything. That's the main things over booleans, I would say. I mean, like, you can use a bunch of booleans, they have a similar effect. But I don't want to interface a bunch of things because all the characters could have all these things, whereas I can just go, okay, well, I just keep adding to the gameplay tags, and I can have any number of gameplay tags. And everything can just get this one thing here, but then later on down here, I can use whatever tags I want. Blender's good. Free's good. I'm cheap. I get it. I gotta get target distance, but I created this thing over here on BPM PC. Get enemy targets. I guess I interface to get enemy target. I could just return target distance. Actually, this seems like something that should have been on the other thing to get enemy target, because everyone has this. Oh, nice. Yeah. Visual scripting is wonderful. I'll never go back. You cannot pay me. Actually, you totally could pay me enough money to go back, but I'll be sad. But I'll cry into all the money, so I won't be that sad. I'm just saying. The Benjamins will wipe away the tears, as Benjamin is known to do. Because it's all about the Benjamins.
I either want to interface and return this information, which I guess is fair. I could call this and do that right here, or I can move all this over to there and not interface it back. I think I just interface it back. So I need target distance, target actor, target gameplay tags. Sure. Target info. I'm just trying to figure out how this works in my head. So, I'm not 100% certain this will work right, but a system like this, I've been thinking about it for a while. Okay, so as far as the tags versus booleans goes, the main things you need to note are gameplay tags are shared across everything. Like the whole game, anything else, anything can be given any gameplay tag that exists, right? So if I create a gameplay tag for, you know, like dead or something like that, then all of them in the whole game can be marked like that. Or if I want every character to be marked as Poppet, they can be, or in this case I had a team Poppet. So they had like factions, team Poppet, so they can join team Poppet by just getting this tag. Anybody can have it. Even a random stupid, you know, signpost can have it. So that's pretty useful. Then the other thing is when I do an interface, I can interface and get all of a target's tags, right? And if I do that, it gets every single one of those tags. Which, if I did like booleans or something, I would have to interface individually get each boolean that I wanted. Like I could get like all the booleans for this thing, but what if someone else has things? What if I add other booleans later? Don't know. But with the gameplay tags, I still get all of them, no matter how many of them I add. So it makes really simple code here. Like that. Also, this needs to be an exact match. So as far as why you should use them over booleans, it's a lot easier like that. There's not really a downside, I suppose. We have to use the has tag thingy in order to check for things. So, but or add tag. Add gameplay tag to add something, but overall, not a problem. Puppet target info. I basically have to run get enemy target. Oh, I can do that. I don't even need to interface it. Oh. Now I'd have to cast directly to that particular type of thing, right? They could. There's lots of ways to do things. There's actually multiple kinds of tags in this too. Because, you know, there's actor tags or component tags, but you can't add those during gameplay. You have to add them pre-starting the game, which is fine, but they're not so great if you want to, you know, change them along the way, right? I had to put all this crap in between for that to work. You gotta have a get enemy target here. It'd be a lot easier if this was all sitting on top of this thing here. I don't know why I need this, but I'm gonna go ahead and keep that there because I think someone wanted it. See, most of this code should just straight work on here because of the fact that it's so it's so generic because all the enemies use it.
Actually, everyone uses it when they dictate for like charm and things like that.
All right, so then we run get enemy target right here. Then we go here, that there. There we go, the suit Spidey graph there. I just need these names. Actually, I need to be able to stare at the whole thing so I can tell exactly where its behavior trees need to be. No longer need this. I need these. I'll set these off to the side. And let's see, I set this up for a command puppet and it just wants a string, right? So let's duplicate target name, it's already a string, and save myself some time. Puppet command. Move to target. I don't think this is that hard to set up. I think I actually, it's more just reasoning out how it's supposed to work. Up forwards is what's the mental exercise that I have to go through here. Is aggro. Move random. Actually, this also has a move forwards. Okay. Right here, move forwards. All right. Move forwards. My plan is literally just to see if this is effective or not. If it's like effective or it does a big difference, then I'll probably change more enemies. But I can just place a whole bunch of these and see if it actually is like effective for anything, really. Might not be. Might be just as much work. I can't imagine it is, though. Launch attack. This should be the entire graph needed for the bitey. He's not that complicated, but now I don't have to harvest information on all of it. It's just literally what are his things that he does, and that's it. And maybe so I can move everything at once. I might actually check the tags to see who if they're dead as well. And the reasoning for it is I want to remove from array here. I'm just gonna go back to Poppet info on this one here, I think. Oops. Character type. I don't want to type in there. It's too generic. I'll say Puppet. Now BPMPC. Yeah, I may end up calling it after I test this out. It'll be a little bit before I finish, but. And then I'll also have a I need to give you a tag. And all actors with tag Puppet Master. Get mode to variable. Puppet Master. There'll only ever be one Puppet Master. It'd be even weird. I could make Poppet the Puppet Master, who's just her blueprints are controlling everything. So weird. Kind of controls everything in the game for the most part anyway. This reports that, and then I send this information to them on combat here. So puppet info. Where in the world did I keep this information? Wait, I don't need that. I don't need the character type at all. I don't care. I legit don't care. I only need a reference to the actual puppet itself. After that, I could care less. We do have one there, right? Let's do it is valid. Because all of them destroy themselves on death, so if they're not valid, I'm just going to remove them from the array, right? That's dangerous. Then if it removes the index, it'll skip. I guess goes to each one there and doesn't care about the index per se, so I guess just remove index, honestly. I actually get rid of everything there, so this way it should do that. And now I think I have everything necessary on this, and then it's just a question of that. And every time afterwards it'll be easy because I'll just be adding right to the end of here this tag thingy. So as long as they have a tag, then it's good. And I just need to remember to give them a tag of, you know, can act like that if they have the thing for it. And if they can't, well, you know, perfect. So armed with that, it picks the tags here. So I'm pretty certain all I need now is one thing. This calls Puppet info. Puppetmaster does. Maybe it should just be can't act. Anyway, let's that way, whatever. Now we'll leave it as it is and just do the other. Oops. Alright, let's put a Puppet Master on the thing. Not spatially loaded. Look right here. Shouldn't matter where it's at.
Nice. Glad to hear it. I'll be excited to release it when it happens. Not gonna lie. I'll be very excited. I'll put a bunch of these out here and see if I can control them. It's gonna be wild if this works. See if all my coding was like genius or just broken. Pretty broken. Seems pretty broken to me. I know why. You have to start the chain off with them being able to act. Otherwise, it doesn't work with how I programmed it. Nothing, huh? Okay. Wait, did I forget to put that on there? I might have. Yeah, if I tell it to command the puppet. Because I can't put it other places, right? Like I put it over here. I could have a sequence where it goes through the things like that, I suppose. Actually, it's probably easier. Yeah, I'll take this sequence and put it out there. There's no waiting in here anyway. And puppets. Message. Current puppet. Gotta stay on brand, yo. Gotta tell him what to do, otherwise he won't do anything, right? Come on, moving on. At this point. I didn't disable the thingies, right?
They are enabled. Am I tired? Said I could have missed something. Alright, so they are in the array. So we know that's true. I get the feeling I missed something really dumb. And that's why I never told it to control the puppets. Right? Yep. I'm making a master controller whose sole purpose is to basically get all the enemies in there and control all of them, move them around, thus making it less overhead. Because this time it's just them running one more command out of the array thing, as opposed to them having each one having to have its own, you know, looping collection of crap running. Yeah. They found it and sent the information, sure. Roll 1. Roll 2. Roll 3. Roll 4. Roll 5. There's already one on the puppet themselves, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm unifying a lot of the code. I already unified the code a lot. So control 2 is where it breaks. Yeah. The current puppet is not valid? Actually, Little jank, but it'll do. I saw some 4s and 5s and then it stopped at 2, which I'm assuming means it can't act. I think this is where it's heading from there. Because at no point did it get to the little bitey and do anything, so command puppet. And then it's not sending the message to them, and it would appear in red. So I didn't see a red. No, it's 2. And then we don't know if it's hitting anywhere beyond that, so I need to break them apart a bit and see where it's going. Oops. In fact. Never gets to this. I don't know why it's missing this problem. I'm gonna go and bypass it for a second just to see what happens. See if it's moving them or not. No. It sends nothing. I think it's because it's too fast. Or something like that. Thanks for the follow, Curly. Showed up just in time where I'm wondering if I should end the stream because I'm like 11 hours in. I'm like trying to solve this mystery here. I think I need to have this after the graphs here. Pretty much nothing is what I just heard. Well, I'm already at over 11 hours, so. I just don't know how much more I care to go beyond that. We'll see. Yeah, control 4. It's not finding the tags. I'm assuming. Like it's not getting the correct tags. Because if it was, it would hit at this point and do something, but it's just not doing it. I'm not sure how it's not getting the tags. Should I please? Get gameplay tags. Wait. Right there. Should be getting it.
Well, certainly getting the gameplay tags. It's just finding them empty. Oh. So it's not there that's the problem. I get the feeling whatever I'm doing is actually really easy and I'm missing something. That I shouldn't be missing. It's referencing it just fine. It's just not getting the tags. I'm gonna try something. The all-purpose solution to a lot of Unreal's problems. I'm just gonna restart it. And the reasoning for it is earlier on it mentioned something about restarting to make some changes, and I never did it. So maybe that's the problem. How much else makes sense? I gotta do whatever I gotta do. If that doesn't work, I'll probably just call it. Because, you know. Tired me will take a lot longer to solve this than not tired me, let's put it that way. Besides, I'll be back tomorrow anyway. Streaming away. To be fair, I probably should have known better than to make this, you know, like start it like 10 hours into the stream and be like, oh yeah, I want to make some master puppeteer type of thingy that just controls all the enemies. Something I've never actually made before. It'll be perfectly like the best time ever to make it. 10 hours into the stream, no problem. But I am curious about it. I like the idea of it. Potentially it could be incredibly smart and do a lot of things for me. It can also be just the dumbest idea ever and we won't even talk about it after that. But optimization does seem pretty handy. Granted, we have done a bunch of optimization today anyway. And the fact that, you know, the game doesn't crash in a couple of areas, that's pretty solid. Good optimization, 10 out of 10. Oh. Oh, weapon textures. Shouldn't have probably hit play. But I hit play anyway. Yeah, they're still not getting them. Just saying false over and over. I know it's getting the gameplay tags because I put the little message there to say it and it said it and I was like, okay. Control 4 happens. So really the only thing I'm really truly worried about is beyond that.
Everywhere else this works exactly like it's intended. But here it just doesn't. Gameplay tag structure. How's the gameplay tag structure? Gameplay container structure. No, it's fine. There's not even a change on there. It makes any difference. Okay, so it has it right here. It has it right there. So if you have it, according to this, it actually has can act right here. Exact match. Okay. It most certainly has it. By default, does it work? Because then it'll always do it no matter what, even if it's wrong. Okay, well, they're being controlled, that's true. Poorly, but sure. Problem is here. Good to know. It has it, but the switch on string is not working, or the switch on the container is not working. Doesn't seem able to set aggro. Alright, I'm gonna call it from this point here.
As exciting as this is, it's like been 12 hours or almost 12 hours, I think. I don't even know. How long has it been? Actually, only 11 hours and 33 minutes. Still forever. Since I do need to work later today. So, yeah. But I'll be back later. Probably in about 12 hours anyway. That's exciting. I'll figure out this problem then. Hopefully. Probably. Shouldn't be too hard once I had some time to sleep. There's one thing I've learned. Tired me does not solve problems well. But I'll say goodbye to YouTube first because I can't really raid with them or anything like that anyway. So, bye bye YouTube.